Oh, copy. Go! So hype! My volume's a bit loud, I'm assuming. I haven't had time to sort it out yet. And I just realised my mic isn't even down. I'm so unprepared! Go! Oh. Have you actually had a chance to play yet, BK? Fucking hell, I know the music's loud. I can't hear myself. Oh. Slandy! Fucking go! Oh. I got everything ready. I got my FC bus ready. I got milk for EXP. I logged off in the Rising Stones. I just gotta get through this fucking queue. Can you actually see anything on screen, by the way? I don't know if it cuts off the the screen for me at the moment because I'm not actually in game. All I know is I'm so fucking hyped. Got a special shirt for streaming, looking swag. My hair's a little off center, but what can you do? Apparently, I need to quickly edit my tags because Logix has been on. Yeah, remove that. That could get me in trouble. I can assure that I haven't modded. Hopefully, that's got rid of that. Apparently, one of my tags said that it was modded. Don't want people. I'm on PlayStation. I can't be modded. Can you guys see me, by the way? Is my camera on and everything? Is everything fine? Because when someone messaged a minute ago, it said not on air, so I'm like, what's going on? You can't see me. Did it say like the fucking can't share screen or some shit at the moment? Well, at least you can hear me, like at least it's a start. And Slandy, if you think about it, it makes your job easier for knowing where to cut out at the beginning. Because shows across the camp. Right, don't message me a minute. I'm going to just quickly check the channel out myself and see what the hell's going on. Right, let's have a quick look. Yeah, no, yeah, I know what's going on. Yeah, this happens if I am in a locked screen. I'm back on the thing now. You can message me if you want. Like, I understand what's going on now. Apparently, I'm disconnected from the chat. Would you like to reconnect? Man, this fucking queue. Can someone message just so I can make sure my chat is reconnected? Any random message. Yeah, no, I haven't got my chat back yet. Let me try figure that fucker out. Right, someone message again. Just put random message. That'll do. Test, test. Yeah, I can see. We are back up and running. Obviously, the stream hasn't started yet. Sandy, obviously, when we go to fucking put this on YouTube, all of this needs to just be cut out. I'm assuming you already understand that. And obviously, if you can, please download after I'm done. I'm still in the queue. I'm in 1,718. So, we're going to be waiting a little while, I'm afraid. Has my tag gone that says modded? Because that would be freaking great. Could you check the tag, Slandy, and make sure modded has gone? Because I obviously don't want that written in. Oh, it's time, guys. Slandy, can you hear me? Could you please check the tags and remove the part that says modded? Give me a moment to remove it. Thank you. Let me know when you've done it, because I need to check with my housemate if he can still see it. This queue, man. This is the worst part of any expansion launch. I'm so fucking hyped, man. And I've got all this hype, and it's not doing anything because I want to be playing the game. Obviously, my request is, despite the fact that I've put spoilers ahead, I don't want people spoiling in chat. So if anyone gets spoiled, you will just get banned from chat, like, immediately. Like, I will ban you from the channel, I don't care. Even if I lose a viewer, any spoilers until I've done at least the MSQ, and I will just remove you. Should be removed now if you refresh Steam. Alright, thanks, Sandy. But yeah, so the rules are you will just be banned. And that goes for you too, Sandy. If you spoil, I'll just kick you from the channel. Thank you, housemate, for letting me know the tag's gone. But yeah, no spoilers until story is done. I mean, that's not really a spoiler. You can get away with that, but don't test me, Slandy. Don't test me. Oh my god, this queue. This fucking queue, man. I just want to be in. Get me out of this queue. I care more about this game than everyone else. Everyone should get out of my queue. All 1,718 people ahead of me, get out. Leave. You can come back in once I'm in. I'll tell you one thing, if I go AFK, I am like running into a wall or rubber banding my controllers to make sure that I don't fucking be AFK, because if I need like a loo or something, I'm not going to be sitting in queue again because I need to fucking go to the loo. Oh man. This wait is horrible. It's worse when like the world is currently full, like that box refreshes itself and it's still the same number and you're just like, why? Kick some people. Yeah, it's just done it. Refresh the queue. 1,718 people are still ahead of me. Can people like go have a job or just not want to play the game or something, please? This wait time is killing me, man. I need the story now. This is stressing me out. On the brighter side, I can keep my controller on charge right now. He's probably making a small buzzing noise, and for that I apologise, but my controller is how I speak, so I need to have it charged to max so that I can remove it from the thingy. Good English, me. This queue time is ridiculous. I'm still in 1718. Can people, like, be AFK and get kicked or log off, please? Sandy, have you moved in the queue yet? Well, that's not. Oh, I just moved. I'm now 1643. How long have you been in the queue, Sandy? Oh my god, why would you say that to me? This is so unfair. I'm just quickly cleaning my nails and then I'll give a queue update. More people need to log off, like now. That's what needs to happen. Like, you always know there's going to be server wait times, but that doesn't make the server wait times any better. Can everyone just move to another server, please? Right, I know I'm not talking a lot right now, but, yeah, probably. Ain't that true, housemate? Ain't that true? I mean, I'll be using the trusts to do the dungeons anyway, because I refuse to speak to people whilst... I'll be hiding my chat. No, if no one's... I'm setting myself to busy, no one will be able to slash tell me. I'll be hiding my FC chat, I don't care, I'm not looking at chat. Right, so the queue update is I am now 1493. I'm assuming you're like 900 or something now, Sunday. Swap places with me, let me on first, you've been on. Oh, come on! 1,423 people, log off, do it now. I think people who've been subscribed longer should get priority. I'm not even moving in the queue again. I mean, that's really up to you, Sandy, but I don't mind you being in here and chat. You can keep me company whilst I go insane watching my queue timer not go down. Come on, I've been waiting for this. Can you hear me now? Has that sorted it? Hello? Hello? Salandy. There we go. I think I might have accidentally pulled the cord out a little. I'm gonna pull people's throats out if they don't get out of my queue. Come on. Why is your throat special? Oh, right, don't rip it out. This is the part that annoys me when the queue doesn't go down. Like, I can accept being in a long queue if the queue's constantly going down, but it's not. Kick people off. I can guarantee you there's like 1,000 people AFKing in Limsa right now. Fuck off my game. I got MSQ what to do. Still haven't moved. I'm still 1,423. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I've got to set up my action bar as well. And I can't because I can't even get on the fucking game because there's people in the queue. Like, I don't believe for a second that not one person in the last, like, 10 minutes has logged off. Oh, I moved 2 spots. 2 fucking spots in the queue. You know, I really should have just logged in when I went downstairs and then, like, fucking just left it. How were the queues this morning, by the way, Sandy? so it's probably better to get on in the morning. God damn it. Well, I'm now 1,346. I've moved a little bit. I'm so angry. I will stop being angry when I get logged on. The worst part is I can time my queue by how long I've been streaming. I've been in the queue for 24 minutes right now. Tell you what, by the end of Endwalker, I'm gonna hate the login noise. It's gonna be the part of the game I hate the most. Every time I go to log in the future, I'm gonna have PTSD. One thing that makes me chuckle is the fact that we have like free trials or like have their own little queue, but it's like less priority than people who are on paid sub. And it's like, I think 1.0 players should have even more priority than the people who are subbed. We fucking stuck around when this game was garbage. Come on, man, let me on. I'm at 1,196 now. Hello, this is your daily update, and my position is still 1,196. me in like one of those films where they like start in the middle of like someone killing someone or something, and then they're like, so how did I get here? Well, it all started long ago, and then it like flashes back to just me in the Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker queue. Come on now. I'm back to like not moving again. Sandy, what position are you now? Ow, motherfucker, I just need my desk. It's not my day already. I swear you're moving faster than I am, Slandy, in the queue, I mean. This is my life now. Stuck in the same fucking position in the queue. It's still not changed. I've been in the same position like 500 resets by now. I haven't moved, I'm still in the same spot. If you've moved, I haven't. I'm going to be so depressed by the time I get on that I'm not going to be able to enjoy the story properly. It's just such bull. Once again, I do not believe that one person hasn't logged off or got disconnected in the last, what, I think it's been another 10 minutes I've been stuck in like one spot. The worst part is it reset, and I wish it would only do that if like you've actually moved. Because every time I hear a noise, I'm like, oh. I moved too, but I'm still annoyed. I haven't. Hey, I'm under 1,000 at last. Still up 971, but at least I've made it halfway through the queue, and it's only took me almost 40 minutes. Let me know when you're in, by the way, Sandy. Yes, do you dare? Funny. This is hell. This is what hell is. I cannot, no. Yeah, no, I because the queue window is open, I literally can't do out. Is the sound of the game coming through? So I actually thought you was going to be having the opposite problem. We're back to not moving, guys. Let me know when you start moving again, Slandy. Oh, God. There's only one thing I wanted from life, and that was to play Endwalker. And life has taken that from me. If anyone wants my reasoning for nuking half of the world's population, it's to get them off fucking Endwalker so I can play. Yes, Sandy. So long as you're behind me in the queue next time. Still no movement. Let me know when you get movement, by the way, Sandy, because yours seems to register before me. I actually haven't got a clue. I won't be able to tell you. I'm assuming it's 6.1, given how little we've spoke about it, but we'll see, obviously, when we get in the fucking game. This is beyond a fucking joke. As I say, I don't mind being in the queue. I mind being in the queue that's not moving whatsoever. We've been stuck in the queue for exactly 40 minutes now. And I'm only halfway through. The worst part is, because of my setup, I can't even, like, watch something whilst I wait for it to load up. Well, I guess I could play Solitaire on my fucking Switch. I'll just play Solitaire. Still no movement. I have moved the tiniest bit. This is your hourly update with broadcast TG Tehnoobcake. We have moved Baliany. Please stay tuned for more information. You're listening to FFXIV Radio. Your 5-minute update. We are at 821. Stay tuned with FFXIV Radio. If I ever fucking get a radio station now, I'm going to have to call it Fuck Me Radio. Good morning, England, and you're finding me live at FFXIV Radio. We are at 747 in the queue. That's all, folks. Sandy, we have to, with Pretty Casual Gaming at some point, get into music so that I can start Fuck Me Radio. I hope you're okay with this. Let's set me a challenge. I need to win a game of solitaire before the queue finishes. I think the worst part about PlayStation as opposed to PC streaming is if you're on PC, you could like just switch to another game whilst you sit in the queue if you have multiple monitors. With PlayStation, you can't do that. I still haven't won a solitaire game restarting it because that was a dead game. Alright, let's do this, boys. This is the challenge I've set myself now. I've laid the gauntlet of solitaire upon myself, and I will succeed where all others have failed. I'm actually ridiculously invested now in this challenge that I've laid myself. Thankfully, the queue seems to not be moving anywhere, so I might actually stand a chance. We're budging stuff around here and there. We're slowly getting this map cleared out. And by map I mean the solitaire map, as in like the board. Come on. Yeah. This is Fuck Me Radio with your queue position update. We are at 672. Stay tuned for further updates. The solitaire challenge is currently going at a pace of which I don't know if I will complete it. It's a race against the clock, boys and girls. But who will win? I'll do that and then do that. Oh. Here we go, this could be it. This could be the winner. We're moving stuff, we're moving stuff. We're getting fives on the board. Fives are moving. All fives are placed. We're moving sixes. We've got 1 6 missing, but we're moving some sevens. Right. Moving some eights. We got a 9 back on the board. We're moving a 7 again. 6 is moved. This is it. This is the final go. We are placing 10 down, and we have autofill. We have completed an entire game of solitaire and won in the time I've been in the queue. And our local 522 in the queue. We did it Sunday. We won a game of solitaire before the queue ended. And I got 2 levels up on solitaire for that. Yeah. Well, now I'm bored of solitaire because I won it. Are you kidding, Sandy? Are you actually in a one-player queue? Our most recent update is 448 in the queue. And we have been waiting for 55 minutes. We are almost at an hour. Are you in now, Sandy, or are you still at number 1? Oof, can you take a picture of that and send it to the PCG Discord, just so that I can Photoshop that as pain? Man, if I get to 1 and I'm on 1, I'm going to be so irritated. We are now at almost 56 minutes gone, and we are 448 in the queue. Imagine trying to make a queue time entertaining. Come on, Slandy, get in. Get in so that I can move up at least one more slot. We've reached 100 messages, and we're not even in the game yet. We've reached 101, 102 messages, and we're not in the game yet. Fucking hell. Sandy, get in the game, god damn it. Get out my queue. Stop hogging the road. You're stalling the road, Slandy. Oh my god, Sandy, come on, man. Let me be 447 in the queue. You just need to enter the game, Slandy. That's all you need to do. You got this, man. I believe in you. Just enter. The traffic lights are green, Slandy. Go, go, go. I'm prepping you up, Sandy. Just do it. Nothing is impossible. Yesterday, you said tomorrow, so just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Oh, my whole knee just cracked. I realise why my knee's cracked. It's because I didn't raise my frickin' computer chair. Are you still number 1, Slandy? Slandy, you will always be my number 1. Now you don't need to be FS number 1, so get the fucking game. Oh my god. The worst part is, all you need now, Sandy, is for one person to get disconnected or log off, and you're in. I've got 448 people I need to log off. Oh. This is Fuck Me Radio, and the queue times are locked again. We haven't moved in 5 minutes, Landy. It is 1 hour now. The worst part is there'll be people who are like hard AFKing for like the entire day because they like have gone to bed or something, but they don't want to queue again, so they will like when they go to bed, will like lock their controllers or whatever into a position where it doesn't AFK them. Like I know I do that if I need to nip for a shit, but when I'm going to bed, I'm still going to log out. Hey, congrats on getting in, Slandy. Now we need to wait until we find out what my position in the queue is. My position in the queue is 373. 373 more, that is, I repeat, 373. The winning number is 373. And the world is currently full. And I'm not moving again. Did you get gear with Reaper, by the way, Sandy? Can you tell me what FC buffs are currently on, by the way? Has anyone turned them on? We are 299. Alright, that's good. We are less than 300, boys and girls. We are less than 300. Yeah, I knew what you meant, Sandy, don't worry. How many people are online in the FC at the moment, by the way, Slandy? My singing's terrible, isn't it? Man, I almost yawned into that one. I honestly right now wish that they'd make it so that the prelude menu music whilst you're in the queue switched between the 5 different expansion ones, just so that you're not like it's like when you ring up like a like your fucking like social services that like handle your money, and they're like, we'll put you on hold, and then you just get like repeatedly. It's like, go away. Have like a radio. They should introduce like Final Fantasy radio for when you're in the queues, and it's just a mix of Final Fantasy music, like from 14. It doesn't even need to be a different game, just something so it isn't the same one track playing repeatedly. Because like I'm gonna go to bed like rocking back and forth, going me 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 me. It's like going crazy, like writing it on walls in a padded fucking cell or some shit. Going fucking crazy, man. Like, it's bad enough that you have to wait, but you have to wait to the same sound. I've been in the queue for an hour and fucking 6 minutes listening to one sound. And it's a good sound. It's the worst part. It's ruining a good song by making me listen to it for an hour and 6 minutes. At the end of the day, here's the biggest thing. I'm the fucking Warrior Light. Surely the world needs me to log on to save it. The game keeps telling me I'm the Warrior of Light, so clearly no one else is the Warrior Light, because I am. Which means that I need to be the one who's online to save the world, so everyone should just log off. Let me save the world already. See? That is killer logic right there. We have not moved. I am still 299. Exactly, Sandy. We will sacrifice logics so that I get further in the queue. He's still stuck in Stormblood anyway. It's his fault. Oh. My controller has managed to fully charge in the time it's took me being in the queue. Oh, my eyes are starting to burn. Oh. Because 300 people just unanimously fucking log out at the exact same time so that I don't have to go just a little bit further in the queue and can just go right to the front. Got a nice shirt for this stream and everything. Did my hair, had a shave, cut my nails, had a shower, prettied myself up, wore a nice dress, put my makeup on. Exactly, noob cheers all about. Save those noob cheers for when I'm in the actual game, Sandy. Yawn. Oh. Someone just walked on my grave, as they say. And that grave is the grave of wait times, apparently. Oh, I have moved to 225. We have moved. Now watch me not move for another 10 minutes. I'm now 151. I'll also need you to let me know that the camera and everything's all working when I actually get in the game and it stops me on this blue screen where all you can do is hear me. So, please remember to do that, Sandy. We are 78. I repeat, we are 78. There is 78 people stopping me getting on the game right now. Technically 79 because there's whoever's logged in who needs to log out. I am number one. I am sitting at number one and hating my life right now. This is pain. This is real pain. One person is stopping me. We are still number one. The pain of one. It's going to be that moment that I'm like pulling a funny face and all my camera and everything's just going to turn on at once. I'm going to look like a twat on stream. She sells seashells on the seashore. Grapes taste like apples. Peter Piper picked a pickled pepper. She sells seashells on the seashore. Beat the heart of Sabik, the heart of Sabik, the heart of Sabik. Witness Ultima. Darkness come, rend the shield of light. Destruction, Salvation Ultima. Storm of blood, born from blood of our fallen brothers. Thunder stilled, oaths fulfilled, now we yearn for freedom. One brings shadow, one brings the light, two-toned echoes, tumbling through time, threescore wasted, 10 cast aside, fourfold knowing, no end in sight. One brings shadow, one brings a light, one dark future, no one survives. I forget the next line. I'm actually disappointed in myself. And my shoulder's really hurting. Oh, it just popped. Just get my bloody massage chair out for doing these streams if I'm going to be sitting in a queue this long. We have been sat in number 1 for like 5 minutes. A song of hope, she dances on the wind, higher, oh, higher. Ere our vows endure, and remain forever strong, standing tall in the dark, do we carry on? On wings of hope, you rise up through the night, higher, oh, higher. Carry in a song, cradled fast within your arms, that its chorus might ring for all. Heart of ember, autumn tide, cooling swiftly, bathed in light, smouldering softly, biding time, marching forward, left behind. I'm just trying to fill in the time with fucking lyrics at this point. Bum ba bum ba bum 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 ba na 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 dun 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 dun. Oh, we are still at number 1. Surely someone has logged that out by now. Oh, don't Slandy. I'll be forcing you to log out, buddy boy. How you enjoying Reaper then, Sandy? We have 142 messages, 1 hour 20 minutes, and I'm still not in the game. The worst part is I'm going to have mail to pick up for the collector's edition, and oh, we're in! We're in! Can you see me yet? Am I alive? Can you see me? Hello? Sandy, can you see me? Is all my camera working and stuff? Hello, what up, casuals? We are finally in with what plays of Final Fantasy XIV been updated with the live again. Loader Smith, and then oh my god, what have they changed? Speed skating remarks, yeah, I know this. Right, any abilities that need moving though, right, so I need to hide this because I don't care about people messaging me. Hide, I need to set myself to busy, then I need to hide. Everyone can go away. Right. Heat of battle free. Yeah, we are all good to go. Right, checking the style book a minute, let's see what we have. Blood collecting. My face is in the way. That's gonna be a problem. So back to broadcast settings. Camera video, we want that on this side. Right. Blood collecting. Further recontaminate, flash, reduce damage, cause blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Does that upgrade or is that special mastery? That upgrades to it, right, okay. Let's see, Originy. Oh, you freaking kidding. Originy, level 86. Traits. Traits. Right, that is a spell that I need to put on the thingy. There's a recast timer. What? Why is my face in the way again? Sound is louder than your mic, right? Just saying. Is that better? Does that sound a lot better? Right. So correct, that's upheaval. Primal Ren can only be interested in Primal Ren and going to another leaf. Right, yeah, so. Does that need to be on? No, that actually needs to be on. Right, so that can go there, that's there. That needs to go there, that's there. We are good to go. Right. I need to put EXP food on. I got myself a ton of milk. So we're going to quickly do that. Let's see, buffalo milk. No, I can't. My mic is as loud as I can go. One sec, I'll give it a check, but sound and devices, adjust microphone level. Mama. Is that better, Slandy? It's not echoing or out, because I know that's sometimes a problem. Right. Before I get on with the quest, is that good? Can we go? Are we good? Let's roll. I'm gonna fucking move my face. Right, we are good to go. Boom, let's roll. Shulk, do you have some time to talk? Yes, I fucking do. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and to together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let's fucking go, boys. Let's fucking go. Oh, listen to that music already. Fuck yeah! Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of Eon's past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Oh yeah, boy, that music. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem to be able to resist the Tempest at least. But after what happened to Heavensward and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Yegalbus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varys, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. It was an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labour to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telotheroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlayan, I am sure of it. Master Forchalance comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Creel. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalised. You're to head to Limsa Laminsa, board the next ship bound for Charlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Valdesian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. Yeah, boy! The arrangements may be settled, but what are your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. That new accept sound. One sec, I'm just quickly finding my gloves because they're going to be important. Right, speak with Tataru in Limsa Laminsa. Yes, boy. God. Oh yes. Let's get going. See if I can speak with the Moogle quick and get my collector's edition bonuses. Or whether that comes later. Oh, go! Right, where is the Moogle? The post Moogle is not around here. Well, it can wait. There's Sage, and there's where we need to be going. So let's fricking go. It might be the official release day then for that. My fireworks haven't gone off. Look at me sliding. I love how it's equipped into the axe. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, boy, come on. Why is my sprint not on? Oh my god, I need to do this. Come on. Of course, Tataru can't be seen because everyone's around her. Come on, where's Thancred? There's Ustola. There's Tataru. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Let's go! Yes! Let's get this done, boys. Now that's old music, boys. Right, Sandy.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Good old Louis Soir. I'm glad they mentioned him.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's winds are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian?
Estinian looks so done with the day.
Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
Estinian's done with it.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
God, I'm so glad he's with us.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world.
That's really putting things in perspective.
Again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Tataru just trying to red flag everyone dying. I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. It's a bad promise. I should have said the other line. I should have said the other line. Don't hold me to that promise.
You're still here.
No, that's a name I've not seen in ages.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return.
Yeah.
We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
It is indeed, Fangrid, it is indeed.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
Tataru just jinxing us. Shame on her. Look how fast I got up there.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Walkers. Using that, mate.
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
This is so good, and I've been in it like 2 minutes.
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
I need to put my fucking tablet on charge before I forget. Unless there's not a big cutscene going on. That's out. Come on, come on, come on. Oh. Oh, that map's cool. Yeah, man. Come on, hurry up. Stop being me. Literally stop being me. There we go. Come on, shock me game. Throw wide the gates of chaos of emotions. Or just throw me loading times, that works. Oh, fuck you. Now that's a 1.0 memory.
Here. Feel. Think.
Even Shelk is bobbing her head listening to the music.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Alright, housemate. Benar. Or who we think is Benar.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last, my warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
I can't trust your words no longer. Fuck you, Island. Yeah, boy.
You have visited the first. You have every right to say that.
Yeah, boy.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal.
This is so good.
Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him.
Oh, that music, man.
Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid.
This is actually pretty cool. The event, not the music, but that is good.
You and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Almost a tear. It wasn't. Just imagine it. Phantom tear. And we've just started. Oh my god. This is gonna be a ride.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Oh, fuck you. This music.
There she is. Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know
You're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
I like that little hint towards the moon. Oh. This is just a start, man. This isn't even just a start, like this is like the minuscule beginning of the start, and I am so pumped. Ooh.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration.
What if you get to pick a different option just to be a dick?
Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
I love his music, I love his area, I love everything.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahat here of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
You've had to let your show speak, not the others. Fuckers.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
I hope we get to listen to Estinian's interaction.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Come on, let Estinian go.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlian natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
I love how, like, there's like the others, like, freaking with fuck all, and then, like, you've got Shulk and Estinian just armoured up, like, to the nines. Artisan, using my brain. I've got the crafting things up.
Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive
I like that.
of procurement and
I love that.
You may enter.
Taking into account my level 80 crafters. Yeah, boy.
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formerly, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Dragoon. Yeah, I got an answer. I love Estinian.
If you'll allow me...
Estinian. Just lost.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Oh, fucking Estinian
Mistress
fucking having up.
If you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Oh, I knew Estinian would be funny there.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
Ah, this is so good.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
I honestly thought she was about to reprimand Estinian, like, if you fuck up again.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Brilliant. Oh, just brilliant. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and stickler for details. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Right, I'm gonna open this coffer as a warrior just to see what like it looks like. I don't need the actual thingy, but we're gonna try to take a look anyway. Perhaps in a less populated area. Oh, Sharlayan knew you. Let's fucking go, man. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Soken Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. There's goblins! You must have places that you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have a sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Valdesian Annex. How does that sound? It's a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the name. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. Bye bye leave. What of you, Estinian? My service as a guide are yours for asking. Or taking. I didn't read that last word, I'll be honest. I'm too far. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Well, Alaha, would you join us then? You've been on for quite a while, and this would be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Of course, if you'll have me. Come, Sharlayan awaits. I like that quest theme. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. Graha is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with the quest objectives. You can leave Grahatia behind by entering a different area, using the Aetheryte or putting too much distance between you. You can also speak with Grahatia to select the option to part ways. If you wish to have Grahatia accompany you again, return and speak with him at the original location. While Grahatia is accompanying you, next try speaking with Kryl. All set then, let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbour. Kryl is also now accompanying you. Lead your two companions to the last stand and speak with Kryl at the designated location. While you are accompanied, you may encounter conversation points along the way which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter in the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Enjoy exploring your surroundings together. Right, well, first things first, I want this little blue Aetheryte. Hey, delivery Moogle, we'll see if my reward / purchase discovery, just in case, and then we'll attune to this. Surprised there's not even any side quests yet. Right, there's a point over here, look. Discuss the giant statue at the harbour. Now there is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Faliak. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. I'm grateful to have Kryl's help in reacquainting myself with this place. It's almost as if I'm seeing it all with new eyes, as you are. This path leading out towards the sea is known as Faliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at the end. As you know, the Charlayan people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Faliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honoured him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restricted as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charlayans can, and do, worship the divinities of their choosing. Come on, let's head to the cafe. It may not seem so at a glance, but the last stand is actually a very important part of the city. Get in. And here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlayan tends to regard seasoning and flavour with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is bland. Encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's inspired meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all of his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. As its name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlayan. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the most impressive items on the menu, not that I have ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlayan when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. I'm assuming she means these stairs. Sorry, my camera's going everywhere. I'm trying to get a good look around myself. Man, this is really nice. Look at that Aetheryte, man. First we attune, she can speak second. Priorities. The point 50. Oh. Ah, more on this list. That's pretty cool to know. Fail. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's perfect. That it's a perfectly functioning A5. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. Oh, I already did that. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its most vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlene stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Aphrites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads to the northeast, to the Agora, Charlene's largest marketplace. Northeast, you said, right? Oh, you. Now I see a talky talk. Speaking of Aphrites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mistress Tartaru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old hobbits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. That's the entrance to the Confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I suggest you remember the way here. Oh, I will, don't you worry about that. That's a good point. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Ah, perhaps I'll return here later then. She have a different one? These little open-air bookstores are so uniquely Charlatan. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Right, nip to the summoning bell because I want to send them on missions now that they can actually level up. Ah, experience. But no, I don't want to do that because I want to assign venture. Woodland exploration. And maybe she'll be level 81 by the time I speak to her tomorrow. And then assign venture, field exploration. Same goes for him, maybe he'll be level 81. So that, I don't need all that. And now we move on towards the quest, unless I see more speaky thingies on the way, which I think I do. Oh no, that's the quest one. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlatan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes for the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up on your next big adventurer. Am I overselling it? Ahem. On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aphric Plaza, follow the path north and climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. Is there a little blue? Right, I feel like it's going to lead us to them at some point, so I'm not going to go just yet. But if I don't end up going to them on the quest, I will go of my own accord. I really like this music, it's very like old school Monster Hunter. That's pretty. Discuss the wall features. These little decorative features are typical of Charlatan architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters at the Isle of Vow rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphium, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charlayans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flowed from Kvaliek's divine era. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilising water as a decorative feature in our architecture. Grats, Landy. So get that Aetherite shard first. This grand structure before you is the Rostera. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the casters would object to you simply enjoying a view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. I like this music. It's fun. Can I see that now, or is it still gonna like oh, there we go. Yeah, that's alright. I'm trying to see if I missed any of those little dams. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore with Archon Junker built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and oldest Charlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbours. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveria. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlayan tour to a close. I hope it's proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now shall we head directly to the Valdesian's Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbour, cross the bridge to our right, then follow a path below the Aetherite Plaza. Correct. After you, Shell. Well, what I'm going to do is grab these, and then I can get that one, and then after the quest is done, I can go grab that one. Always wise to have Aetherite Plazas sorted. Man, I love this city. This is really nice. I love this kind of architecture though. Like, if I could live anywhere in the world, it would be like, you know, somewhere like this. I love white buildings. Something about them just really, I love. Oh, everyone saw that, right? Like, Crow is glitching the hell out. God, this is pretty. I love this music. Very relaxing. Right, we cross this bridge here, as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetherite Plaza. Charlayan is full of educational and research institutions, but there are still professors who would prefer to establish their own private practices. pretended to be exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins can tell you more about them. Man, this music is just the tits. This is like the slow part, and I am loving it, so I can't wait to see, like, you know, the let's go kind of part, like. Now I need a book. Right, this can wait. Priorities, right? Khalil. As a joyous look on Laha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you arrive at the doorstep of Phenomenon, but I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back, and I brought Shulk and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Gohat. Nice to see you again. And it's nice to meet you, Shulk. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Will they bring up that I've been in Eureka? Ajika Tsunjika. It's been an age. This music, man. Of course. Allow me to introduce Ajika, cousin of Ajika Tsunjika, and I think that's the person who I did in Eureka. An administration officer for the students of Baldessian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. I read the... Yes! I love it when they do that. I read the reports on the Eureka expedition. I hope Ajika didn't cause you too much trouble. He's impatient and impetuous, but a good sort at heart. Yeah! This is why I did every piece of side content in a game before this expansion came out. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Vow served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlayan, whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members whilst we engaged in such activities. Now that our former headquarters is on the wrong side of the world, among other things, the Annex has become our new base of operations for all intents and purposes, and yet it feels so empty, with so many of us lost. Our organisation is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first we must ensure that the Telophori fall. Through that door on the left there is a main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussion begins in earnest. I've had a private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please, feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap room is perfect for an afternoon doze. This is one thing they introduced in Shadowbringers that I really liked in the narrative, that they told you to go sleep. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks, and thus they became known among the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. I'm assuming this is like the inn of the place. Right. I am going to nip to the toilet real quick if this is the end of that cutscene. I obviously don't want to do it if it's not the end of the cutscene. So I'm just going to wait till it loads in and see what happens there. Right, I'm back in sec. go. Enter the main hall. This is, I'm assuming, just basically your your rising stones of this expansion. Oh, this is nice. Oh, I like that. Let's go, boys. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. I've been playing exactly an hour. And I just cannot wait for whatever's next.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Oriange. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, and having you join the group heading to Thavnair, would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary.
Do Sharlayan first,
Though
and then
it
from
is
there.
a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts. You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course! The more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
See, I don't like it when they split off stories like this, because then it's like you have to faff around before coming back to a central story again. I don't feel like that. It's one of the things I don't like about Stormbury going to Alamigo. It's actually one of the things I didn't like at the beginning of Shadowbringers. I mean, it's kind of nice, but at the same time, it kind of just disconnects you for a minute. Let's see what this armor looks like. Ah, that is nice. Right, Flail. Right, that's 80, and that's 80. Ooh, what's he giving us a reward? Food, which I still need to slap on. God damn it. An unsettling change has come over Sharlayan, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the Forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the councillors directly is a fruitless endeavour. They seem to have already come to a census as to what and how the Tilray are willing to divulge, which is why I began scouring Sharlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of the connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. I'm going to pick this one up and then we'll do that at a later point. Actually no, we'll pick that up after we're done with this one. I don't want to go in a cutscene about and then forget everything. I apologise for the loading times of a PlayStation. If anyone wants to gift me a PS5, please go ahead. Are we going up there? Yeah, we're gonna go to the... Ooh. Need to pick that up at some point. Eventually, by the way, we will be doing some streams to get all of the quests done. Obviously, my intention first is to finish the story. After that, we'll concentrate on like these type of quests where they're yellow. Yay! I have every thingy. And this should be, if I'm correct, the thing that we saw. Yeah, this is from the trailer, I believe. My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenor, Charlene's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. For the archives of Numenor extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Kubal Library pale in comparison to Numenor's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlene is free to enter and pursue its shelves, or most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alizé and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlene history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading! I like this layout. Long ago on an island in the Northern Sea there lived a Rogadin man named by the name of Njunklep. Njunklep was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Njunqlep's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatened to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Njunqlep wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Albathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Njunqlep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot, but settlement prospered and grew, and in time became the city of Charlene we live in to this day. So yeah, I knew about the ark, but that was cool. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, the Charlene colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311, on the 6th Pastel era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumours spread of a growing community of academics, this area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charleans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognise what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlean colony. The Ultium residents took to calling the colony itself Charlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following a great exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for them a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. The following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the forum or cover the history of Charlayan motherland in greater detail. In the years which followed the founding of Charlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately agreed that Charlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forums as we know it today conceived and created. Wish you could keep all this information in like a little journal or something. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be of finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag who came the closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? Their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably as we journey into the future. Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? This book is on the wrong subject, such as Charlayan, which contain details on the forum or mentioned Charlayan history. Well, I like reading. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research? Another day, another moon, another summer to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secret of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, aphological, and arcane viewpoint. Wrong subject. I struggle with that one. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Nyunkat, founder of Charlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empire, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlayans took to heart the words of their saviour, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other nation, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading, with knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops, Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials or tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founder's teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Yeah, there's one more, but I can't get that much, I believe. Is that? No. That was a cool little, Oh, it's a mammoth. I'm sorry, but it's taken me ages to do everything, but I intend to read everything I can. Voiced or unvoiced? Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Krail should also be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no Tartars in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was quite fond of reading outside, but it's not about little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. Seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position in that sort of forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I am certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. Man, that fucking mute. Fuck them. In the southern reaches of Ilzabard, in fact, for generations my people have dwelled in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Favner. The Allegans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikate to serve as labourers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allegan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some culture remains, and is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed this region Locus Aminus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Oh, nice. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allegan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favour of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allegan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and a decision was made to the knowledge and traditions of Alleg. As the last child born with the Allegan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Valdesian, who had me registered as a Sharlayan citizen. I never even considered, forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Soir, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlayans than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origin, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, don't know that word, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It is exactly why I have such a love for this country and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Also, welcome back, Sandy. Excuse us while we try to make some headway in these books, Shulk. More companies should be arriving any moment now. Where am I meant to be waiting? There we go. We returned with our selections, although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Quayle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarok firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. My thanks. Now where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyse. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Yoshida summarises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning, which was promulgated by the Asians. Was there all else of note which heralded the approach to the final days? A noise? The entire star was engulfed in disaster all at once. They say it began with a keening sound from land itself. Yeah, I'm going with that. Sorry, off and out. Ah yes, the Amaranthines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of madness. I wonder if we will hear it. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarok was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say, to be considered the harbinger of doom. It must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the known Menon's mammoths, and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned Zodiac. They knocked Dalamud from the sky. Yes, with Elizabeth serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to Star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then once the balance had been redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have been allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Bernard and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they were doing with the towers of theirs, is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash? But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Yoshida, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Wait one final time. Nanido. Okay, that was cool, that Reaper's scythe. Just gonna eat a cake whilst this scene goes on. Oh, no I'm not, because of course it's not voiced, I'm an idiot. I'm gonna eat my cake quickly and then... I'm the last, am I? They're only level 70 Slandy, I don't think they're... I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. Well, I won't get your hopes up. If you recall, the Orange learned the source of reflections from the Gildan oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocryphal and sealed away in the Great Code Ball Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they Archons or Councillors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortuno with knowledge of the Telothroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behaviour, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty, whether they contain mention of the final days or no. These books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. You labour for what feels like an age as your Stolar's research assistant. Could I be anyone else's research assistant, please? Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? When the day was well spent, should you wish to read them again, a mammoth of the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment though, I suggest you take some well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Ready for a tea break, Shulk? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. I know I'm not quite as talkative right now. It's not that I'm not enjoying the story at all. It's mainly that I'm paying attention. And then the other half of it is obviously like, most of what they're telling us right now is mostly stuff I already know. Because obviously I'm a lore nerd. So like, you know, the floods and how Charlene was found and that, like, it's already stuff I knew. There are bits here and there that are like, oh nice, cool. But it's like, right now I'm not really experiencing anything. And the manner that's like, oh my god, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's mostly like, I think it's doing what it needs to be doing right now, which is letting people kind of like, again, understanding of this, what the fuck? Of the understanding of the story. which is good. Letting people know, but as I say, like for people like me who like study this shit like crazy, it's not quite like shock factor. As busy as ever, I see. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlatan that no other gourmet cafe has been sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions, engage the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Jose is now accompanying you. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I know all this. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We simply wonder if you knew of the Telophoroi, these enemies of peace that promise an end to the world to all we hold dear. And wait, you're that House Levelia girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge at their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumour. I beg you to leave me be. I've not to say to the likes of you. Well, I must apologise, for it's foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Shulk. Thought they were kids, it's Lalafell. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Mr. Levelia. My apologies, but I work in the offices at the forum, and if word reached Smash the Fortune all that I was helping you. I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. Speak with Dickon. Welcome, madame. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alize I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember having that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eolzia, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip of your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levelia. No matter how discreet Master Fortuno may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now, of all times? We have questions, and only Charlatan has the answer. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find, information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we came to learn, unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. You're a visitor to Charlatan, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to serve as a server was none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversations while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. That's a bad idea. I hate to ask this, but what do you think? I hope they change the outfit. Yes, this is a server. This person with a giant axe on their back. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisela. She's sitting outside the table with a friend of hers. Behind you should see a Mikade gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask it and I'll explain again. Omelette for Gisela. Lobster for the Mikade person behind me. And then the group is whatever is left, right? Right, this is the group, so it's whatever isn't the tea set, yeah? You work here, don't you? I'm still waiting on it. Charming little tea set. The tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. Yeah, I am clearly a waiter here. Can you tell by my massive act? The Telophoroi, I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to the current events. Now, if you want to hear about ritual arcane practices of the Sixth Pastoral era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Gisela wanted the omelette. Ah, finally, 2468. Let's dig in, no time to waste. What, the Telophoroi? Ah yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end days. Same old senseless warmongering we're in. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. And then you get the oven-baked lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. The final days, this is the first I've heard of it, although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of sorts. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Charlotte, priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. So named for the folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. It's you in the fields, Slandy. Aye, by all accounts, cleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Telophoroi make good their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about with such frenzy? Watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting, they seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. Forum does have secret knowledge, and they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here's a cup of coffee, I promise. Doing is stupid that people fell for a big person with an axe. But let's enjoy our drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips of it and their wagging tongues. That's nice, that water. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Is there a speaker scene?
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Found my glasses at some point.
They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Here we my next quest, Alizé. There we go. We should tell the others what we learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. What's the fucking good, laddie? Because I've needed a combat area. Oh, can I do it? You may either see me or you choke Liberta. Well, as I don't leave them breathe, it is you. Ha, I knew I'd be the first to track you down. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of the guild ship hunt, yeah? They're not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Aeolia. As I understand it, I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? No, you would not. Pray speak with Navarva at the Paris Tower to register your interest at your earliest convenience. Quickly do that. That just unlocks hunts for me in general. Does that mean there's a new... Look at all my tomestones. Do they get turned in for like... there we go. Hi, I'm Navarva, and you have come to play the bounty on an unruly beast. By the scholar, your shout, and was half convinced I'd set others on an impossible task just enough to find you. The Gleaners Guild ship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone able to stand against more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer as fine as any you would find aboard. The currency we employ is a relic of times we gleaner, with great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half of the creatures they send you after, but I find it best not to worry about that overmuch. Slay bees, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching such samples, and get paid. Simple now. That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks if you can get your thingy wet. Guild trip hunts now accessible. Builds the junior marks, blah blah blah. Defeat the monsters beyond the ability to walk the second. Let's see. Oh! Oh, okay. Okay. Nangxian cat. That's cool. So that's how you get the wings at least, that's good to know. May as well pick that up. And then if I'm killing shit on the main quest, I can get some notes and stuff. Are they still using nuts then? Yeah, huh. Did I go the wrong way? No I didn't, I can still go this way. Sorry about that lengthy little bit. I like that that's now in reverse order. Yeah, I'm loving this area. I'm going the wrong way. I'm looking forward to going, like, as much as this is nice, though, I am looking forward to going into Labyrinth and getting my killing on. Welcome back, Shulk. It's been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. And sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Yoshida observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Shulk and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlanes know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telothroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by their duties of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorze's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it is a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Anything would be better than burying my head in another dusty box. I understand not everyone is the studious type. Consider it a welcome change of pace then. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help, thank you, Laha. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. It'd be fight time, I hope. I was like, and then I realised that it's because I'm, 4 quests. That's what I've done in a fair few hours. Ready? Labyrinth Boss is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorientated. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Follow us at Alizé and try not to fall behind. Even walking I go faster. Now we run, try to keep up. Keep to the path, straight ahead. Hulk Hogan, I like that. We cross this bridge. Up here. Go on then, Isaiah, lead the way. God damn it. The roster, not far now. I hate how, like, to the path she follows. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune yourself to the shard by that, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry, otherwise we should keep moving. Ah. Get that chocolate keep, because I always do. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift, down we go. Let's go, boy.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
There's music though.
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves. And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms.
I like
a
Emmett's
simple
tone in
solution
this.
at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Don't think he approves. This music's nice.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh.
That wasn't a good sign.
Did you call to me just now?
Nope.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
You have
I'll
the
be
echo.
fine, I'm sure.
You know what the fuck's going
Let's
on.
get to work, shall we?
Not been funny, but like that's so obvious. Oh yeah, I love this mount. Let's have a look at the area. Oh shit. Let's fucking go, lad. You're here to help. Or give me more headaches, because you don't have the look of a cleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Let me think. The rare seed should be item 1058, cumin seeds 1059, snow reed 1060. Oh, were they 1061? Oh, my head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why, more loads to take it out and carry in. Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kawarthan carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore. And fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so they take stock in leather and floss. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion? How do we get like these backpacks as like an item that we can have at some point? One of those fashion items. Any luck, Shulk? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right, the forum is definitely up to something, kind of turning Labyrinth Foss upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Greens are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. Your game, Shulk, I have an idea. Didn't one of the gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn up my charms upon this cleaner here. We compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting! You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering it out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Ehrenvile, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nangshan marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistake in our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them back in his sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guards, there are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. I'll search the trees to the west, the eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Tell you what, something about streaming always seems to make my arms like everything hurts more than usual. Oops. There. Bring it, baby. Oh, this music is fucking cool. Bring on the fighting, baby. Oh. Chirp squeak. Fairly, you have ready to sack when a grizzled mouse comes off the underbrush. Can I have another fight, please? Fight, 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 fight! That music was awesome. Let's fucking go. God, that's such a wrecking ball. What the? What the fuck? Why is my Aether compass no longer viable? I need to move my space, give me a minute. I shouldn't need anything important here, so... Yeah, no, I don't want to see that. But what was it? This item has been moved to your collection. Oh, I don't like that change. Only 93 yards to the southeast. I really don't like that change. I liked it in my thingy. I'm assuming it's got to be here, and I'm just missing something obvious. Oh, no, wait, you can get up there. There it is. Squeak squeak. More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. Oh, that's the point. Yeah. Level speed, mount speed, there we go. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in the holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Oof. Why the authority in charge of Labyrinth Wasps, now and in propriety, the same officials who've had us working day and night of late, the honourable members of the Forum, who else? Suitable for consumption, easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock. I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Shulk. Is this the Gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kryl of the Students of Valdesian. These are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinth Boss. So we hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, due to calls, other animals to capture, and enclosures to empty, once again I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners guild ship and put their people to the great work some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travellers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity, thus I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And the Telophoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? Seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there we can reach the lower... She's having the echo, I swear. Cryo was... Although that was a noise. That was a noise. That was a noise. Kyle, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly, but 7% has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. No, that was a noise, and I am going with the prediction that that noise is the end stage noise. Nothing that would stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We followed the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, it is the trolls you need to watch out for. That was a noise. I'm paying attention. Took me a second, but I'm paying attention. It's so weird not just flying. I love it. An 88. Nonny. That was a cool little creature. Behold, the Archeon, as Nomenon serves as Charlene's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved in the cliffside itself. Within these vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let's proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. There is that there. Ooh, gemstone trader. I need to go speak to him. Dun, 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 dun. Nothing of worth yet. Triple triad match. Greetings, we're here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian. I was given a belief that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we'd better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which collects it to the middle tier, yes. Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologise for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Students of Baldessian. We are at an impasse, as we have no other leads. I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let's ask around, surely someone is in need of 2 strong backs to lighten the load. And what a fucking shocker will it be when we just happen to ask the one person who wants help. Am I taking lifts? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us onto the Archean, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. Odd if it'll squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. I want to know what's in there now. Oh, soccer grow key. What's that? Take you down and live with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. Do see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. He lost the marmots again. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The clouds again I need to catch to is close. Very close. Is it a piazza? You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry a distinctive call. Single it out and shoot it with a sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Yeah, I know how to use a sleep dart. I've done it a billion times. Oh, I thought that was a hornbill. Whoops. Nobody saw anything. There was no video evidence of anything happening. Oh, it actually says over the fucking... That's a hornbill? Nope. What the fuck? This is pain. I got so excited for this expansion to be caught trying to get the bird that I apparently don't know. Yeah. Was that the right one? It took me literally all of them until I got the right one. Whoops. Don't have pride of yourself, Show. We made an idiot of ourselves.
A fair shot.
No, he speaks.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
I like this dude, he speaks.
There you are. Any new revelations?
I always like a voice cutscene, it gives my throat a chance to chill out.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But
his voice sounds like
simply turn them
Skyrim.
loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers hand-picked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation.
He would fit in
But
Skyrim.
judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Don't bring that name in with me, boy.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
Don't you bring up River City with me. I've been
When
wanting
you
to go
put
to
it
River
that
City for
way,
ages.
migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
I like Erenville.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos.
sorry, my seating position
While I
is
cannot
fucked.
guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Be on your way, Erenville. I like that dude. Still want that backpack.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Plenty of quests building up for me to gather at a later point. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It is fate, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by researchers, you think? Our saving beast aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Oh, that's cool. Hello, mushroom monster. Oh, I need these. Oh, did I only need one? Boom. Huh. I like this eerie again. The cave. That was the wrong one. What? Well, looks like I'm fucking dealing with everyone's shit today. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us to the medial circuit. The McCormick's tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. Fernville's assumption... That sounded creepy. If Enville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Man, this looks really good. Wow, those grape textures are awful. Aha, now I know where we are. This is the Merrill Ergonomics. Labyrinth Foss is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivational methods utilized in foreign lands, and it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of our research go to feed the Labyrinth colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora, food so exotic you would be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits covered on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something of the foreman's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here? Anyway. The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the field. I'm afraid the forum has a filling order list a mile beyond. Massive yet detailed requests, a literal wagon load of crop samples and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganisation, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with a vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Sandy, what I'll do for you when I when I want to like have an episode end for the YouTube is I'll just go take a 5-minute break. Do I have ought to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transportation, hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. God's hauling a lot up that slope with a job under half. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this is one variety of grape. only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect, hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthus was modelled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for a myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into hot, humid coastlines. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect, used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Aminus. The Forum saw it not as a surprise, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climate we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Hey, it's a stray tomato. Whoa, it's a stray onion and corrigan. The labels in these crates tell the story of our contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. I'll find my glasses in my next break.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Hydaelyn, probably.
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Sorry for punching the mic there. Where's his fucking Matoya's place music suddenly?
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum?
Didn't we go there earlier? Yes, we did. Oh, look who it is. It's Erenville. I'm gonna be so mad though.
I think that's Erenville.
That's right. I was gonna be so mad if I got his name wrong.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
I'm gonna say, where's Krill?
Cryo? Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
They plan to kill off Krill.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Oh, fucking shoulder, man.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
She's talking to Hydlin. Those flowers are from Hydlin, I'm telling you. See, I got this all figured out. But it makes me wonder why, like, the noise happened earlier. Is Hydlin causing the fucker? Is she the Final Days problem? Is Claire still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archaeum. Come, we can still catch him. So I could go down the way you're going, or I could just jump. Looking forward to eventually having flying and flying around this place because it looks really cool. Look at the little frog. Oh. I'm about to be a frog, I think. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of the Labyrinthos climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access to the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. Friendly Gadaha and his vanished stalwart here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hoppity, my little toad. Goodness! Oh, I want this music now. Unaccustomed to transfiguration, worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I'll refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me in your current state of likely to leap into the jaws of pleasure as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where the creatures hereabouts? In that form you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad, you must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You return to the front with blah blah. Suit your shadows, so strong. Hippity hoppity frog fuckity. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Oh, I fucking love it. That's amazing. Excuse me, Toad's coming through. It's a shame he didn't change their actual names to Alpha Toad and Ali Toad. That's incredible. Discuss your surroundings. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he is telling you this is the wrong way. Don't you fucking tell me what's what. Exactly, I am become Newbie Toad. Fucking Toad. Brilliant. I fucking love it. This is incredible.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands.
Right, just pause in so that I can... move back down here, because I want to because there's a face here, and so that fucking messed it up.
We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Ribbit.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Brilliant. He's great. I like him. I really didn't think I would, but now I like him. Best character of Endwalker so far. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specialises in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Sharlayan has been called to action, and Telophroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinth Force, not to mention ignore Yoshi's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Stella and Cryo for a moment to see what they think of this. So my guess, and in a bit, so my hope, is that this is the end of the small beginning Sharlayan arc, purely because I don't like the fact that I still have the Fravnarian arc. As I say, it feels kind of disjointed at the moment, and I'll be glad when I can get to a single path forward. That's much how I prefer Final Fantasy storytelling. I like these lamps, I hope that becomes a housing item. I got any new remotes? Nope. Forgot they had a new, this. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenvile then. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Cryo and discuss how we'd like to proceed. Soon we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking the red flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case you decide to wander. Well, that would be a flying thingy. Hey, apparently I need one of them. I realise that I've been looking. Wait, I just need to check something. Ignore that. It didn't do what I thought it was going to do. Right, Favna, and Golly Mold. Bomb, 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 bomb. Bomb, 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 bomb. Cryo.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Heidelin. Told you.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
She's possessing people now. Fuck you, Hylian. I'm gonna kill you.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Even
Just
Shell
as I
was
could
pissed.
not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on...
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That glue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine till the end.
blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower.
They are really leaning into answers right now.
Yes, we are definitely making progress.
And I'm not being funny, but that doesn't bode well at all.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Anyone who knows that song. That has me so worried.
Master Fortuno? What business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
Tell them, Alfie.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge. But the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Got being a naughty boy.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Naughty.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
I'm not being funny, right? They say repeatedly that they're not into fighting and that lot. You're the warrior of light. You could beat the shit out of a primal. What are they gonna do? Arrest you? Who's gonna fucking hold you down? Like, you're the strongest fucking person in the entire country. Even if you combine the powers of everyone, just kick off. Who gives a fuck? Quill's got a hood down? Wow, shit.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Wrong.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man.
I'm trying to heat
Even
up my
if
hands.
this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
Speak, break everyone.
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge, above all else, appear constant and consistent. The unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Come on, say it was Emmett. Or a little bit.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. Returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
Go on. Do it.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
She ain't got a staff to slam like in the trailer.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuner, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Tell him, boy!
Order! We will have order! Master Montaigne raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
That's a good cutscene. Oh, the loading times kill me. Where's my mouse? Oh, there it is. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We know now that this mysterious duty of ours began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we were still to learn all more substance here in Sharlayan. The overall picture is getting clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may, is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphino, Alize, it is you. When I heard you'd been dragged before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother! It's Mummy! Melian Sleveria at your service. And you fine people must be the signs of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. She nice! Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you are here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Vanquish Group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Shulk, what do you think? Yeah, let's go meet fucking Louis Swanhouse. Shulk. The Shulk the versus? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Ah, but we must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Shulk, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Awesome. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourself, you three. See, now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, boy. I apologise. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Shulk? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going, then let's get over with, but be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room is perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, yeah, never mind. The Valley Estate is that way. Straight down the stairs. Come on. Yes, I know all that. You don't have to tell me every time. Let's go, baby! Don't need this shit, but I'll open it anyway to sell at a later point. Or D-Simp, one of the two. When Alistair and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, travelling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alfredo and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember going restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in panic, crying out my name. I think I just saw Waluigi. And here you are at last. Please do come in. Let's do it.
Welcome home, my lady.
I'm so happy. This is the part of Charlene I was most looking forward to. Louis Soir's house.
What? What are you gawping at?
Just admiring the craftsmanship.
suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve.
Yeah, get back in your place, I would say. Brilliant.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit.
Yeah, you tell him a million.
And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
My lady. Yeah, boy.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Oh.
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Brilliant. They fanboys and fangirls of us.
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Thanks, Andy. Hey, it's the new outfit.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style
How
is to your
happy she
liking.
is with it.
it's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Oh, I'm so happy with them
I
too.
am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd
These
allow
have
me,
been
Master
new lists,
Alphino.
I'd assume. Yeah, boy! You're sage now.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's
Yes.
tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
This is so good.
though he may as well be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now.
Mama Livia is the best.
And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
That wink.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
Oh, this is so good. That is if this is the end of the little Charlie and starter story, this is just the perfect ending.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion.
Selk just smiling in the background.
Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
This is so wholesome.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
That was very, very fucking wholesome. I loved that. I really did. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring into the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. After all, these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. With enough sentimentality, let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Oh, I like this. That's cool, I like that. That new menu. It's better than trying to remember which one you fucking need. What the fuck's with all the carbuncles? Look at all the carbuncles. Could I go through the door, please? There we go. Enjoyed your time with the Leveliers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, but they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strive to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation from Vavner, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Right, well with that, I'm going to take a short break here on the Twitch side of things, so that Slandy can make this the end of the episode on the YouTube side of things. So, we're back shortly. So hoping that was a long enough break for you, Slandy, because I intend to be back now. So we are going to Favner now. Let's go on with that quest. Good-o. I have Krail's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Favner before, I can travel by a flight, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Krail was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of good folk of the Confluence. We will take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moanbreeder. Ah, they're bringing up everything. Moanbreeder was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in the pursuit of her parents' example. Both of us are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Consulants. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame my courage failed me at the last. As it have for many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it's too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. It is settled then, let us be off. When we arrive we should look for a researcher named Kite. Where's the exit? There it is. Almost level 81. Let's see, go boy. Well now, this is a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? To our knowledge, we're associates of Krylos, the students of Valdecian. We seek passage to Favna and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to the Aetherite, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of Aether hurtling along the life stream. A convenient but incontrovertible limitation of Aetherite teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetherite without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years we've laboured to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. As we've finally done it, we've created a new kind of Aetherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these Aetherites, but the Aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between 2 points. It just so happens that our first test pair of Aetherites, one has been installed here in Charlayan, and the other in Yedlivant, a port town in Favna. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Azehan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum it up, we're to test these Aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I shouldn't mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel Aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things. But do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the live stream, in a statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mistress Cryo truly knows how to pick them. So I might change the subject. Oh, Master Wilson and Mistress Bluid were not present today. Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No, then let's get going before you change your minds. Please cease your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. She's funny. Has that person got the I thought so. The stubble. There's the destination.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
He's like, nah, fuck that.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travellers could line up here, please.
Fucking Estinian is such a great addition to the story. He's like, nah, fuck that, mate. Have fun. Oh.
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. One last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What?
Brilliant. Stinian's like psycho. Oh. Great. Oh, those my cheeks hurt. Good job, Sandy. You're doing well. Gonna be world's first Reaper at this rate, at 90. I need to do some face exercises before I stream tomorrow because my face is just hurting. I need to be like... Maybe I can do it as I'm in the queue. Fucking queue. Whew. Where's my Emmett voice?
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Fucking Estinian facepalm. So good. He's such a fucking great addition. He's such a mood. Oh. For the story that's meant to be like really fucking dark, this expansion, it has been so funny so far.
Faces after a bout of bad shellfish.
Oh my god.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh, brilliant. Fucking fantastic. You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, we'd be able to reach Justinian in time. Oh, that was just... Fucking hell, I shat myself then. I had no clue what was going on. I thought I was about to be kicked off the game or something. You there, I need free drinks, something that helps with aid for sickness. By the Manoisa, a traveller. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amorai lassie, made of only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By the way of warm welcome to Fadna, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not one, not two, but 3 bottles, a bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery, and you want to say as much to Justinian, but you realise any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Justinian and, using gestures, deny that the deal is I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me? It's so urgent. Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me? I'm serious, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the oven and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. You know, unironically, that is actually a piece of lore that I'm like happy to have. Well, fuck me. That I've been like obsessed with the coinage of Eorzea for ages. So to actually have a bit more confirmation on how like shit costs is actually a big deal to me. Praise be to the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Athenian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time. Excellent, you spared us Tadaru's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. I like this new tune. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Aye, I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against the heat. This heat short of shedding my armour. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Favnarian weave, tough and not easily unravelled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. Steel, I was told. There's nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but it doesn't seem excessive here. My face is in the way. I'm inclined to agree with Ryan's assessment. It doth seem excessive, unusually so. Claiming Favnar as its dominion, the nation of Razathan have long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Orchestora, a Matanga tribe indigenous to the island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hainish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint twixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Razathan. Yet such a status cannot be taken for granted, nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governments and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given the merchants at the gateway town are free to fleece hapless traders and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant, doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye, we've naught to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Quira's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here at Yelmad. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Hey, I leveled up. $85, $85. So we're probably going to be on this side of the island. Right, let's split up and make inquiries in town. Shope would appear as yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aephri, off-putting through the mere sight of its maybe. Hey, gemstone trader, I need to get that. I need to speak to the porter at some point. crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling as if they have been left too long. I like these boats. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby islands with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels far away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible. But I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Calzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realise. You're a traveller by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could play Calzal a visit. He'd be glad for things from aboard. Like as not, you'll find him at the Salt Wind Sails, the harbour guild building across the water from here. Is it insulting to have an elephant mount in a land where there's elephant people? Well no, if it isn't a traveller, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared at Narnia. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the radiant host, but business is as good as dead. What will become of us? Only the gods know. This is Bedlam's Brink. The Dalmascans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting atop our sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defences, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Yeah, but this will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicine, all the perennial Hainish favourites. Our consortium closely with merchants and artisans to supply the only finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kazal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are... Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see, that's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? My name is Matsuya, and I'm here to see Calzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Aw, poor little elephant dude. Did you see his sad little face? Where is poor little elephant dude? Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazal too, did you? I'm Matsaya, a fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kazal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway, he's a hard-working man and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. Problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know and we can begin at once. Event to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duties. Blah blah blah. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish. It's how we say 3 people here in Yeldmiad. I will observe you and learn. Matsi is now accompanying you. Blah blah blah, yeah. Hey, I got my own elephant, dude. Look at that run. I forgot to grab my glasses on my break. Yes. Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared, everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue with my life such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home where we don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed to raiding the host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives, to the days when you could earn as much as you gave. And took into a meal, satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why don't you have some fish? Fresh fish you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. That face. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod. Delectable, stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Yeah, boy! I'm on a fat chocobo of some sort. Is it black or is it yellow? It's black. Fat black chocobo. Gift of Slendy. Oh shit. Apparently if I mount up I can't run around with Dodgy Boy. So I can't mount with Elephant Boy. Yeah, I know, I sat up for a second. A hawker are you? Do you sell fruits by chance? If so, I want to buy some amra that say doesn't. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many amra for? Why, for eating of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I am a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down. I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Are you sure you're actually hungry? You know, when I think on it, I'm not so sure. hungry, perhaps I've been feeling unfulfilled, and I try to fill the void by gorging on food I like. Do you like fish? Fish? I do like fish, as a matter of fact. Why do you ask? Oh, so you're a fishmonger. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Seeing as you're here, do you happen to have a Agiali sardine? They're perfect in a spicy soup. His face. We certainly do, madame, and if you like it spicy, I also recommend them pickled in oil with generous amounts of chilies. Oh, that does sound wonderful, like a wonderful challenge. I didn't have fish in mind at first, but I dare say I'll enjoy these. Thank you. I am the best fishmonger on the planet. I went to man and then remembered that I shouldn't, ma'am. If I ever need to get rid of my job as the Warrior of Light, I can become a fishmonger, apparently. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, God, my stomach. A for sickness? No, nothing so unusual. I'm in a hurry to get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. You should take it easier, eat more slowly, and savour your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working hard as I can while I still can. The better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? I stockpile supplies. For that I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. Do you have anything suitable, Matsuya? Oh, we do have some dried products too, Favnarian cucumber and puff papaya fish. They're the latest, they're the last of the batch, so if you're interested you could have them for a discount. Truly, by all means, I'll take them. You remembered what I told you earlier, that I preserve what I catch? Which serves to show the importance of being attentive. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let's return to the pier. As much as I'm enjoying the quest, I really need something action-packed soon. A dungeon or something to kind of like shock me awake. If I need to check something quickly actually. Character. What is the reward for getting all jobs to 90 at Wars Horizon? Well, I'll be honest, I preferred the mount from Shadowbringers. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to everyone you approached. Any merchant in Raza'am would be envious of your success. Watching you at work was truly inspiring. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day peddle as well as you do. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return normal for Kalzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsuya? Kazal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in, it's hardly in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsuya. I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Calval. Not to worry, using what I've learnt from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. But I'd best return to my village. My thanks, and please take care on the road. I love how I don't exist. I see you've been busy, managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. But another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless fathers call for Luna's primal business as usual for the Telotheroi. That Matsuya fellow you were helping, he's Arcus Fedora, is he not? Apparently it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be travelling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it does stand to reason that Arcus Fedora would be their primary targets. But it is that the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout, adherent still. We'd better go after him. Akayali lies in the west, as I recall, the same direction as Quare's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then, keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. We've got that Striker Road Porter on the way here. You don't see Matsuya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Oi, my mouth hurts. One regret about choosing to stream Endwalker is the fact that it tires you just talking. But I intend to get as much of it done before I go to bed, that's for sure. You do not see Matsuya from here either. No, leave me alone. Help, somebody help. Matsuya's voice, and it came from the north. That's Sandy. Well, I have apparently decided to start on everyone's frickin'. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Oxidora were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know, the ocean all we have. I see, that's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. It is our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are, but I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling Tower Zot, House of Divinities. In the old tongue it means. But they're not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good gods fearing all of us, and we'd be on to share our knowledge, and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akiali? Wonderful, just follow the road west and down the hill, you can't miss it. Let me out the tower. So it is the simulacra of knowing gods that have been summoned. If any doubt existed before, there could be none now, but kidnapped Hamish are imprisoned in that tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not, as he said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Akiali. I hope I get to go to the tower soon, because I believe that's the first dungeon. And as I've said before, I kind of need something a bit more engaging right this second. It's not that I'm like not engaged by the story, it's just that talking a lot has made me tired, and I need something to kind of, like throw me awake kind of deal. Thanks for the hearts, Andy. Welcome to Akiali, my friend. The name means a white beach, and there isn't much here save that. But please make... Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse. You could do worse than to start with Kananga and old Hasdayada. They're free at the moment as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most of them fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our island is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Mansuya, beings of wisdom, who assume the form of man, and the Murga, beings of might, who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities. Their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Interested in learning about our god, you say? Heh, that's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears and listen then. In ancient times, the Mansuya and Nimruga deities who looked like man and beast respectively were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Mansuya, the Nimruga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Mansuya coveted the might of Nimruga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Mansuya have worn animal faces, and the Nimruga limbs of men. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Ooh, I need more talking scenes so I can rest my mouth. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts three of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. The Mega Sisters. These are Mansuya. You heard about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sindravera, a goddess of wisdom. For this alchemist hold her in highest esteem. To her right is the middle sister, Sandravera, a goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. And to the left is Mindrova, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Mansuya, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Nimruga, if I may ask? The Nimruga hold power over nature. In ages past they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have the occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a gorgeous head, and he is venerated as progenitor of the Arcasadora. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the Setlat, that's the ruler of Razatan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the Strata. Legend holds that if the Strata is ever in need, a dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally? You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. This passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that with the information you have given us, it will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Krill's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Krill's note, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further along the coast, further north along the coast. Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Oh, I got Thavner on the map. The A4 map. Let me go to the tower. Be gone. Do I go over or under? I'm gonna go under. I like this. This is very Killiker from this bit at least. Is very Killiker from Final Fantasy X. Hey, voice acting.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
What the fuck?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
I was trying to figure out which one was talking.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
I like this music.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here.
Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your
Yeah.
timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Cryo. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
I liked that music. It was quite upbeat. I hope it's his voice again. Ugh. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Krail herself is tied up with another investigation, Soken is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the Satrap Vader's alchemists create enchanted talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales prove the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light comes in. What is it exactly you need me to do? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We only ask that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Irianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful, seeing as that you all work at the point of collapse. I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing for some preparations. Which way did you say to leave? Ah, here we are. I hope we didn't have any trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat and tears and many sleepless nights, the drunken Deeper. The Deeper is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, create this device to test the talisman's efficiency. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you'll be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blast's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I should be observed from a safe distance. Commencing a ferric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing it. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. You are struck by a powerful blast of aether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject is now irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test, please follow. You're struck by another powerful blast of aether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test, please follow. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of aether, but suffer no ill effects. The person of light appears to keep you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No regularly confirmed. Resuming tests. Please follow and place the time of discharge. You are struck by the strongest blast of aether yet, but survived completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect it and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humours. Ah, you've returned. You're not on your knees. A promising sign, but come, let me take the Deeper off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its aether for when we test the talisman. So no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort. You're feeling perfectly fine. When the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt, there is no risk that the tower will corrupt your aether. With this, we can request your aid to the task ahead with easy hearts. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores and a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not too far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arcasoda travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I am in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to the Kajaya's footsteps. It's a situation on the road which runs east of the Great River. Alright, I'm an FF fan, and I love FF with every fucking bone in my body. But this is taking forever to get over where I can feel, you know, active. Like, there's been good moments, don't get me wrong, but like, I need fight. I'm the warrior of light, not the fucking errand boy of light. Let me kill shit, please. I may be simply imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Just look out, Shulk. Yeah, that's really what it feels like right now. I mean, it probably doesn't help that I have like the best gear from Shadowbringers. So like, whatever I'm fighting is just getting shot up on. Oh, my mouse is being funny. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. When you assisted, I asked you to come with me, you're alright? Good, let's continue on, and it isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. Woo. Let me do a dungeon. Let me do a dungeon. Let me do a... That is a cool little monster. Let me do a dungeon. Let me do a trial. Let me do everything that involves some level of actual battle. And trust me, I never thought I'd have to do a dungeon. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I was set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Got something in my throat, it's killing me. Gonna eat another cake. Get some solids in my throat to knock it down.
Yes, that would be Radzad Han. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Han. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the war like Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Han to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Hey, at last some villainy.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
Is that Fandaniel's true voice?
And yet,
nice.
I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Nice. I have enough spirit read to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back to the Great Work, shall we? Right, just for the duration of... For now, I'm gonna leave it say mount music is off, so I can enjoy the area's music. Just till I finish the MSQ. How many quests have we done now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yikes. 16 quests and I still haven't got to the meat of the expansion. So, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're a little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidana. The team's stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Yurianza told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have been since inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it for me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. He arrived here alone. Shulk, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch me the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island, owing to its hardness and aspherical conductivity and applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Sure, it's not like the end of the fucking world is coming. Let me just do more of your menial bollocks. Thank you. Upon arriving at I forgot that fucking thingy. At the very least, permit me to come in a canoe. If no happens, I have an errand of my own that would take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of hamster, Mistress Nidana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the hamster to the entrance. Meet me there when you're ready. So I missed one bit of dialogue because I was busy bitching. That's on me. The warrior light really needs to learn to fucking be like, you know what, right? No. It's the end of the world. Like, there is more important shit. Just like, it's like always faffing around going to get soldiers to attack this tower. Just let me go to it. Simple solution. Here are hamster shells. The creatures look familiar is because they are close kin to your Eolzian dodos. Hamster have long been kept as livestock in Frogner, and many a hatchery may be found here. Thus, the largest of these are recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you've no objection, let us make for the outpost and set forth at your word. You're ready, men, and as to depart, you need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Hey, I can AFK a little. But yeah, like, I know obviously there's got to be bits like this, but when like in some of the other expansions, it's not quite as like a big thing. Like, oh no, Garlemald's waging war, and you know, dragons are waging war and shit like that. It's like, this is the fucking end of the world. I'm not going to try and read what he's saying out because it's going faster than I can barely read it. So I'm just using what time I can to quick scan read what he's saying. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. throw me at it. You don't need a line of defense, it'll be dead. Oh, that is some cool freaking armor. Oh well, who should it be but young Varshan? I'm there in for Satra. I am his fucking hell, English language, I swear. I am His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. I like this chess piece. We simply do our duty, but we are honoured to receive His Excellency's regards. And yet for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we've enjoyed relative peace and calm for the past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. The predecessor too often travelled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since he took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like age before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain that he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly I pray that you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. You would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdin. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hainish by the looks of her. Permit me to introduce Shadowbringers of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what's the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea, given the unprecedented nature of the threat. Some of us are understandably anxious. We would be glad of any guidance you can share. You two, bring Varsan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Oh, I'm not gonna. I've heard about you. A visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything that you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are you doing this? What is it they want? But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. Neither do we, really. What, they want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we struggle to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeed in striking them down on 2 occasions, they came in force, so we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in the Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls from outside aid to be answered. Yeah, maybe we should focus and start taking some of these down. Maybe that should be our fucking focus. Do you ever think about that? You wish to know about Tower. To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of as folk are taken to call it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Nanur. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but to go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the Tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique, but our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Or, again, you could just throw me at it. Finished speaking with soldiers, have you? I hope it was enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation, trading of both was at hand ordinarily received steady stream from news abroad. The latter stream dried up when trade vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a little while longer, however. I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamster you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet. But the Hamster appears to want to return home, but reluctantly offers to give it back. So you will give us up. Yep. Wonder if this will be a mount at some point. Hey, I need one of them. Hey! I'll have none of that here, thank you very much. As soon as you arrive at your destination, the hamster dashes off, yeah. No, this is indeed the Giant Skull Grounds, and I am Zenuha. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the Alchemist, you say, but of course they shall have it. They labour tirelessly to deal with the tower, and it is the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a stack of puristic Giant Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. They need more than we were asked. Right, thanks, first I need to go kill one of those fucking... the things. Let's see, what was its name? Alright, we need Joden... Randusica. We also need a Valra from the Perfumed Rise, which is there somewhere. So maybe I'll walk back, and that way I can kill two birds with one stone. Where were those flower things? Ah, here we go. Because I believe we should be XP doing this thing as well. Hey look, it actually surviving for 2 seconds. There we are. The Perfumed Rise has also got another mob that I need. It's the walrus looking thing there. Valra. I wonder if it'll actually like show me where. What's this monster called for future notice? Piscia. I'm assuming that they're probably on the beach. Not important. I'm sure we'll see them at some point. This isn't the end quest here yet anyway, so. I do like this music though. The music at least has woken me up a little, so that's good. But I won't deny that I'll be glad a little when we've kind of stopped this errand running. Give me something with actual substance. Oh, welcome back, Shulk. I hope you have a giant skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. What was your biggest problem, Slandy?
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
That's pretty dark from Vanquid.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Hey, look, it's Fandan Boy. Yep. Where is he? Oh.
What is it? What did you see?
Saw Fandan Boy.
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
Give us some dark, ominous music and let Fandaniel fuck shit up. Oh, not this music. Jesus Christ.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Oh, you needn't ask.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Brilliant.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Little let me at him.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you then.
Didn't we say something about them being kidnapped and they go off on their own? And now she's just going off on her own. Hello? Also grants. Side questy building up, which is good in my eyes because it means more stuff for later. Hey, is that the walrus thing I need? Boom. Halfway to level 82. It's a rather finer boat than I'd expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope to topple this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's come on. Paw, paw, paw. That's what I'll do to her. Bedlam's brink again.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Dun, dun, dun.
Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
This is our music, man. Such a good song.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
We should probably not let her stand so far forward. It's gonna like shut on her or something.
A few more steps.
She's gonna
Praise
die.
be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped
She
it would
is
be.
going to die.
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Get down from the stairs.
What?
I fucking told you so. That was so fucking obvious. Oy vey. Oh, look at that, that's such a cool environment.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
She deserves it.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting. Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian.
Tell me more about you, boy.
I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old.
Who is he gonna be?
At your service.
Oh, nice. What the fuck? Oh, that's so cool.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. How ever do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
Remember he said he was Allegan, I thought.
For bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint, and amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged.
Ow.
I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war. And so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it,
The seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
He fucking gone.
So easily distracted. Why? I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again. Not a lot of these mind spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Ah, you are returned. Where is Mistress Nidana? Mancia preserved, just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. That was a good piece of law, learning that Fandaniel is a mon. That's made me like give a shit about him more than I did in Shadowbringers. As soon as he said Allegan, I was like, he's a mon. Like, I didn't say verbally, but in my brain, I was like, yeah, that's a mon. And even further so, when he was like, yeah, you'll know me, it's like, yeah, that's the mon. Like, there's only one person who could be like, wicked. Slendy, you didn't get a say, you didn't like Emmett. God, I feel so slow here. Whoops. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily, lest we danger Nidana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. I think this is the final quest of this area, and then we converge back in one storyline, hopefully. I'm not bored with the story, by the way, I'm just tired. But, oh, Nidana, sob. Oh, fuck me. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana was trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warden scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidana proved to peril it herself. So let us make more scales, that she and those who were taken might be saved. As alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers you his heartfelt condolences, reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he gave me this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warden scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deity, wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he also wishes to discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so it is, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Radazan for an audience with His Excellency? We shall be honoured, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. When it's settled, please come to the gates east of Giant Skull Grounds, and I will show you into the city. I really apologize for yawning so much. And I know it seems like I'm not like reactive to much, but trust me, I'm taking it all in, and when a big moment comes, I will be a lot more in awe. There will be stuff that takes me aback. You can worry no doubt about that. I will have my moments of joy, I will have my moments of sadness. Right now I'm having my moments, it's talking as I say, like reading out the void that level 90. Oop. Someone just jump off a cliff there? No, you can't. Genuinely thought I saw someone jump off a cliff there. Nothing else, I can pretty much guarantee my reaction to the quest Endwalker will probably be met with a back. It's just right now it's a little slow, and obviously with me being tired, it's like slow and tired, not a good combination. Nothing's really jump out your seat kind of amazing. Like the news of Spandaniel being a morning, the scene with Lady Levier. They were all good, but it's kind of also like, meh, you know. Where's the little kid? There he is. Well, present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of a tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special missions, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb
cool.
which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are. Megadota.
Oh, get comfortable, it's a voice theme.
It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzat-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Also, everything went to plan.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Retry. Your boy looks awesome.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's former spawn. I was last.
Oh, the youngest.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Khan had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Khan.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Khan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will."
That's pretty good.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz at Hahn. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
Put me in there, I keep telling you this.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagelthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz at Hahn, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
Good boy.
I am in thy debt.
That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. As we join our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing, unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. Fucking hell, man. First thing, if you give me a lot of money, that fucking teleport cost me most of that. Yikes. Oh, the worst part is I have the freaking thing on that reduces the cost of teleports. And the carbuncles are in hot force again. Just as I was getting used to Barmy Favna, we're back in chilly Charlotte. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let's take a stock of all the developments and discoveries. Right, well I am going to take a short break so that Slandy can finish this episode on YouTube and so I can get to the toilet. So I'll be back in a few. Hopefully that's a suitable break for you, Sandy. So for those of you on YouTube, welcome to the next video, and for those of you on Twitch, welcome back. Is my mic on? Have I turned my mic on? Yeah. Alright, let's fucking get on with it. Since there has been progress in both those investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Please be a voice cutscene. Is my radio on?
Your time in Fafnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
Agreed, that is a dungeon.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Favnair.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Fudola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Cryle, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
You thought Alvino was in the right group.
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
Finally.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Fucking good. I've been waiting on this. Finally. I'm so looking forward to this. I'm doing it with trust, but I'm so looking forward to it. Come on, let me in the loading screen so I can get in another one. There we go. Let's go in, boys. Polar bear power, baby. Hast I got my gear to max? Yes, I have. Bro. Make sure I got food on. We're going into the dungeon. Where's my peep that? There he is. Ah, friends of yours here. We've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission to town, I'm told. The water scales will be delivered soon, till then please stand by the boat we have ready. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. Man. If this is the future of authorized travel, I think I'll stick to boats. No warning, however emphatic could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit mostly. My friend, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, we should still call you Rarshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warden scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Ah, thanks. With these we can go anywhere those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come, we can finally break your monopoly on primals. I've been waiting for this day. So have we, my friend, so have we. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we'll divide into two groups. Shulk and her band will break through the tower's defences and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing, due to the duress of repeated summoning. The primals, which the tower bringeth forth, shall be deities of Fafnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. I've just moving my pillow a bit on the chair, bums hurting. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. My God. the people of Favner, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. My fat ass is making my fucking seat move around. Small talk. First this armour, blessed with Raktax's power, and now I've reached a scale. Much has changed for dragons to show me such favour. And with Nidhogg with me, in spirit and in hand, no obstacle will bar our way. I may have taken up new arms, but my role is unchanged. I am a healer through and through, yet in knowing who once wore the sage's mantle, I wonder, when all is said and done, will I look back on the battles I choose to fight with pride? My warden scale is safely tucked away. I'm ready when you are, Shulk. I may not be the Azure Dragoon, former or otherwise, but I guarantee that I'll give as good as I get. With your shoulder keeping them company, the other party will be able to hold their own against the enemy if needs be, so we can tackle our own tasks without worrying over them. Come, let's be about it. I've already say that, but Grah is actually the powerful star. Though our parties are separate, I will trust in you as you. I know you will trust in me. Let's both give it a roll and add another rousing chapter to the saga. This is the closest I've ever been to one of the towers, such a sinister aura exudes. It's been a while since last I took this field and I can't help but feel nervous, but with everyone at my side, I'm sure all will be well. Aside from primals within the tower, we shall for certainty encounter enthralled Imperial soldiers, defenders conveyed hither by means unknown, who will stop at nothing to hinder our efforts. Lest you worry, I've not forgotten about my healing spells, be it restorative or destruction. The sorceress can command whatever magic the situation requires. Yeah, boy. Let's go. I've been waiting for this. Why am I doing that? I feel like Mythful Tempest now does that for me. I realise I'm having found a lot more Estinian doing it with that. Oh, she's actually there, look, there's no down a lot. But why am I being a little wimp?
Cannot stop us!
Death awaits you. Oh, it's right, it does give me that now. Come on, boys and girls. And it is... seems to be my death, because I'm not getting healed by Alpha now. So Tina. You want to actually, you know, do some damage to people. Probably shouldn't be using it in a release right before boss, but here we are. Min Rivera. Let's fucking go. Oh, come at me with his music. Whoa, fuck me. Come at me with my ice all over the place. Oh yeah, I can get behind that. Oh yeah. I don't think I've got to do something with it. Oh, I was meant to not do something with that. Okay, got it. No, I will never stop enjoying the music. So I think I remember how this works now. That is a... You like to do a thing where... And then that's going to do... No, no, I was out of it, I swear. Yes, I was out of it. Oh yeah, baby. Each element in here. Oh my god, I don't remember which one fire is. I want to say fire is the one where I'm going to have to be rude. Yeah, baby. Yeah. See, I figured it out.
This will hurt.
Can we just appreciate Asinian for a moment? Oh, that was good music. That was a fun boss fight. I actually enjoyed a lot of those mechanics. Having to remember what each of them did and then where they were going and what order. That was cool. Hey, Sandy, you wanted zombies? We got zombies. Hey look, zombie people. They even look like they've got like some strain of like T-virus or some shit. Look at all this random crap going. It actually looks more like the virus from RE4. Oh, that's a cool looking creature. Where's my fucking mouse gone? I've lost my mouse again now though. This will hurt. You underestimate me. You're fine. You underestimate me. But what item level am I getting? 520, it's still weaker than I have. That way. Like with architecture, like the, very like fleshy looking shit. What's up, my friend? Just taking a look at the change doing a release, and I feel like it might actually be prominent to use abilities within there that aren't just my decimate and that. Like for instance, use like overpower and 10%, then decimate, then overpower and 10% decimate. Depending on how the stack system works, might actually be better to do that. See, no, never mind. Ignore me. Eat that. can be consumed for any other load. No, just go to the chest here. And now we're going up here. Second boss, let's go. Sandy. Yeah, there we go with the music again. Fucking rock, baby. Whoa. Well, I got hit by one of them, bruh. Well, I just fudged myself. Well, the more you learn. Oh shit. Do I have to look away or something? No. Hey! We won't be afraid for the right, God, I'm orgasming over this music. How did they get me into the stop? Oh, I see. They did. The extra. Oh, fuck me. Shit. I'm assuming there's a way to towel there, but yikes, thank God I'm a tank, eh? Ooh, that's a nice glove. Tank privilege got shown off in that fight like crazy. Oh, I could have pulled further, what an idiot. Oh well, we're doing this one they fight one at a fucking time anyway for some reason. Really annoys me that none of the AI have any AoE attack. Sorry about that, Stinian. Okay. I want to say Alphino is actually using an AoE, at which point he would be the most useful on the teammate. Probably best I don't pull all the way, as much as I'd love to. Because these fuckers are already hitting me harder than Alphino to be able to heal me. God, my feet is so comfortable sometimes. Do it, Estinian. I have you now. I was busy trying to hit my radiator was on.
You cannot stop us!
Yeah, boy.
You underestimate me!
Final boss time, baby. Nice. Oh yeah, boy. Whoa, whoa. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Oh, wait. Like... Am I meant to AoE these? I think... Why are we going in there? What are we doing? Go on, Alfie, guide me. Oh, water. Spit. I have like half a clue what's going on here. Imagine that.
Let's give them a show.
Hopefully they need to be getting on my healing, that's what they need to be doing. Well, these two go down like a stack of ass.
You underestimate me.
And I leveled up. Booyah. Look at Frank Creep coming in and like, yeah, I helped. Oh. That would take his juice and everything going in and blah 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 blah. Yeah, boy, that looks cool. Monstrous katana. Let's have a look at how that looks. Oh, that is cool. Oh, that was a lot of fun. The last boss was especially interesting. I can't wait to see more of the dungeons in this expansion.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Oh, my legs. My ass. Oh yeah, I didn't set on auto talk. Maybe that's why I was talking. And I need to click.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stoner?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Which man is the question? Fucking Estinian. His destruction knows no bounds.
And that should be the end of it.
Nope.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
It's kind of like your fairy. Your fairy? You might want to fucking tell everyone that's fairy.
Supposed to survive the fall.
Bully.
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Surprised your show and try to slow again and fuck everyone over, that's all it is.
What happened? Where are we?
I think we're still on the same island, mate.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha, probably. Proving that he's just a better mage than your Stola.
Raha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
I was wondering if they were trying to kill him now. I was like, no way would they do that. And they weren't.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
I was like, why are they playing his fucking music? Like,
there'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
Alright, night, Sandy.
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Alright, Sunday. See you tomorrow, Sunday. Sorry, I was just trying to focus on the cutscene. Not that there's obviously much at the end, but... Thanks, There we go. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Razat-Han for treatment. Alize and Estella will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. I'll go on and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. You may now enter the tower's lock. I don't know if the rest of you, you never were one for being idle. Right, Roshan invaders come to Mega Duta at our earliest convenience. Others will join us once they've finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait, the second thought, you and his team should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the great work. With F. and the Alchemist K, you see, best to fetch him before he's come into the specimen jar. Just you and me then. The guardsmen at the gate should wave us through. Blockbuster. Male Vera then. Oh my god, I'm so slow. Ah, honoured scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain at the top of the steps should be glad to assist you. Oh, fucking chilly, man. Three Westinians. Though I have been to Reddit before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. First we seek out sentry. Name of the fountain? No idea. The fountains normally have names. Again, need to collect some of these, boy. Ah, Mr. Shulk, I presume. I understand you are here for all of the startup. If you require directions to the Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. The startup's residence is situated in the Dharma, the highest part of Rajasthan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city to the north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and A-Flight disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternative path. First, please ascend to the steps next to its site and then continue to the left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Pax's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Vidar Fibers. Within it, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up, sounds straightforward enough. Like this setup. Oh, can I go to that Aperite? That's the big Aperite rather than the thing. Currently disabled, I'll show you currently disabled. Oh, okay, never mind. Apparently I won't. No! Such a cool appearance. Fuck me. I'm going now first, actually. As a talky talk. Ah yes, I know about this spot, at least to a nearby isle, the treasure vault of one of Radhan's wealthiest families. We took the God of Luck for their guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vault for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck, or so they say. There are also coffers hidden across the land that act as portals. Find one and you gain access to the vault. Something to bear in mind in case you exhaust your funds while on the road, because it's a troublesome experience, as I can personally attest. Love that animation. Heading to Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door to the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend to the steps either side of me, you'll find a workshop to rubber and fibers. Though you're free to resolve the arguments, take care not to lose your way. Ah, Bavarian weed. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Aymeric would be partial to the gold thread, and the blue, of course. He loves his blue. I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry around, and if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights here have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. Let's say we're not here for an airship. We have big Megaduta. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight ahead and cross the bridge. You cannot miss it. Want to grab that A5 before I do anything? Miss the AR. No circle there. There's another thing to get there. I got that one, didn't I? That's why I came in, yeah. There's also another thingy over here. Circle thingy. I remember passing by here with Varson. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life is yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confused and the food is quite good, I'm partial to Hansen myself, the meat's surprisingly tender and flavourful. Squawk, squawk. Sorry, I'm getting really into this music. It's about me and a Stinian kind of match. Remember my static over there? The one with the orange name. I'm doing Paladin, I see. Megaduta Ascendant. Greetings and welcome to Megaduta. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Signs of the Seventh Door, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we've been expecting you. I will show you into the orange chamber if you'll please follow me. I love how they keep playing the Maker's Ruin, but like the Shadowbringers version of it. Please, a voice.
Are we the last to arrive?
Then I shall depart
I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the high crucible of Alchemia.
Wouldn't be surprised if a wiener sells these to people, normal
Present
people.
this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
"'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people."
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom we must look for answers.
She's been low, I'm afraid.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
Isn't it just?
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Oh, please, because that was something to do with Omega.
I know of his clash with Omega and the long slumber which was his price.
And people wouldn't know that if they didn't do the Omega storyline.
Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's wheel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot, thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Oh, why? All too soon. I love the Ice Heart. There's someone missing, are they gonna do it? Yeah, I fucking knew it. Fuck you. I knew they was gonna bring Harsh from.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
So I'm going to need to remember to wear my glasses tomorrow when I stream this. So what were you and Ritra talking about? I think very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, I must return to the Mulberry Orchard. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Razatan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. Well, I am going to the right first to get that. I'm also going to put my controller on charge because it's dying. And due to this fact of the matter, means I need to change my mic, so you'll have to excuse me a second whilst I faff around. I do apologise. It would seem I wasn't able to do that, so I apologise if there's a little light buzzing. That would be the charger being inside my controller. I intended to use my camera as mic, but apparently when I unmuted that, it's registering this as the mic, and it's far too much hassle to faff around in the middle of the stream. So once again, I apologise for any subsequent noise that my controller is deciding to make at this point. Hopefully I've got lucky and it's not making any noise, but I don't know. I wonder if you can jump off here. That would be, yeah. And here's the Averite Plaza. So far so good, there isn't much further to go. From here we just need to cross the other side of the hall and past this dude. Through the larger of two doorways, the High Crucible lies beyond. Suspect the others have already collected one scouts. Come, let's join them. Gotta go grab this and this first. Best to make sure you've got all these sorted. probably be much more useful later to have these than to not have these. Still love that animation. Almost done, guys, almost done. Once again, apologies for the long wait. But important business is important business. Well, technically I haven't attuned myself to all of them because I've not done the main one. And I'm wondering if I can now. Check. No, it's still technically disabled. Well, that's certainly cool. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated.
Isn't it just?
To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Footsteps.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently.
Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who has truly
Look at
saved
trying to
whom?
say cool.
Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
Talisman? Is this true?
That face.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
As foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for.
Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian, then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Good. Give me that fat action, boy. Can I attune to that yet? Nope. Ow. Others. I'll start later. Whew. What am I doing? That's not where I need to be. It's down here. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labours safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Svengood suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Shulk. Trial has appraised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to illuminate a tower, and pave a way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or deformity form entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Yep. Wonder if we'll get a, like, spirit cutscene. Wonder if I'll use Ardbur at all, because he's still technically in us. Something I've been wondering for a little now.
Take heart and protect them well.
Thought that was in real life then.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Cryo looks so weird with a hood down.
Lest you wonder, We invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, they didn't even hear him
Poor
get bullied.
Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done.
Just a casual day in the
If
office.
anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radz at Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
Oh. That looming moon. Are we pushing on until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
I'm a fan of the, like, wholesome shit. Like, the fact that it's, like, having a science spend more time with us. Like, I think that's a good thing. Like, cause it just felt like before they were just using you every time something came up. And then it's like, oh yeah, we're friends. It's like, you never fucking hang out with me. Ooh. My boy. My lovely, pretty boy. Hey, handsome.
Ah! Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes... questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
You know it, baby.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame.
Kisses.
I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before.
See, Xenos is kind of romantic. In his own little manner.
Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting too was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Finally, a villain scene. On the wings of hope, you rise up through the night. Higher, oh higher. Right, just trying to obtain this data that apparently is major register. Right, I am going to quickly nip for a break, 2-minute break to allow this to be an end of an episode, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Right, we are back. Hello again to anyone who's still on the Twitch end of thing, and hello to anyone who's watching on YouTube. This will be a third episode, I believe, so yeah. I'm just quickly sending a message to someone on Twitch, on Discord, and then I will be getting on with stuff. I'm a little sorry that break was a little longer than expected. I ended up having my dinner. Right, now we are correct. I'm back and I'm pulling my charger out. Hopefully my controller has enough charge now. And we will get on with stuff. Sound the bells. School's in. Oh, there you are. Feeling fresh, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studio as it happens. I want to try and speak with Scholark Montaigne and thank him for coming to our rescue in the rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed with Van there. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the chud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Yoshida and the others, I thought now was the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? When it's settled, the twins will be coming too, assuming Alvino can tear himself away from his new toys, and let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to the phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studio for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Heading out for a stroll. Scholark himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I am too eager to see him, but I somewhat dread the thought of us in the studio. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all the work people reputation, and it's our alma mater no less, will wonders never cease? You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. I really like Charlene. It's rather charming. I'd love to live somewhere like here. Imagine somewhere like this is in the real world. Here it is, Phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Ooh, fuck, I forgot about that. While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and hosts of administrative offices and so forth. As the centre of what would later become the studio, it was established to promote the study of aethological phenomena, hence the name. Though with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then in the 432nd year of the Sixth Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete and the studio officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astronomy and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlene's foremost educational institute. He always did enjoy giving a grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech, such is his undying love for his old stamping ground. He was in the top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with the highest honours in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the studio at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. As you'd say, but Alpha actually ended half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honours, and I'm certainly not the student's most notorious master debater. Fuck's sake. In all respects have I ever been in a shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alfredo Olivier began. We should expect to be fully aware of our recent escapades. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck it might work out to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholark Monteshane. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Hey, that was Alphino Levier, wasn't it? The Alphino Levier? And he's with his sister, Master Baldessin's granddaughter? This can only mean one thing, an event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the Scholark, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Mr. Islabo should have a better idea. Another Aliapau. So it begins. When if I'll bring up the fact that I know we're sisters. Are you lost, wandering off the street perhaps? Wait, don't tell me you're a trainee gleaner fresh off a guild trip. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation's in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to the Searcher's Meet. Let's start with the question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studio? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's why we deal in here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Fiasa this, tongue of giant toad that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, these being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks in my time, but I'm no gleaner. So what you're telling me is you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? Are you looking for a Scholark? I'm afraid we don't have any of those starts, but I can... Oh, you mean him. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to the Maker's Meet. Go back to where you came in and you'll see the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha! In the time it's taken me to tell you this, Scholark has probably already left. Best in luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Bit disappointed feeling reference that I knew her sisters, Zoe and Chloe. Yes, the Scholark was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. We spoke at length. I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the arboretums. Friel is right there. How did you miss him? That's a blackboard and a half. Or a chalkboard.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the forum. Why, you fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Back in school. Oh, brilliant.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal ether?
Yes, very good.
Yeah, boy, quizzing me.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, This form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
Calamity. 7.
The 7th Umbral Calamity.
Boom! Yeah, get it.
The people of Eorzea
Taking a
vividly
quiz
recall
shot, baby.
Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
Obviously.
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
And it's true.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew.
Yeah, don't worry, Sal, I've been drinking all day.
Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
I feel like we should kind of let them know that we know the answer. We are Azim.
Well, I think that's enough education for today. Now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Poof.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend.
You a dude want to
I
join?
suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Fucker. Sounds a little like Burt Reynolds. Ah, that will be the crafting stuff then. There we go. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the forum's true motives and the mysteries of life itself, for good measure. It's funny, I came over the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more undead than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way, you should better acquaint yourself with Chi Alipol as the scholar suggested. Well, I shall find Zoraha. No, because it's a fucking disciple of crafting. Well, I am level 525, still not beating me. One day I'll get better gear. One day. Excuse me, I can actually check what this next gear is by going to there. That's what that will be then. Hey, you can actually get in the main hall entrance for once. Nice. Wonder if this map will start to clear as we do more. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the water scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eordia and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to live to the Minster. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive? Too early to say for certain, but that just seems to be the wind are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to propose such a plan, but let us see what awaits for us in Fieldbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Extinian? Oh, I didn't realise these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Ritra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the foreign watchful gaze, I've little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, found to be consulting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it. The Limsa Luminsar. Oh my god, my ass hurts. If I could find a better way to sit, I would find a better way to sit. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seer, Elder Seer, and the Sultana. Three of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to spare, or shall I slow you to them? Technically 4 now. Please be voiced. Nope. My apologies for calling you away from Charlene at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honoured and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined with such esteemed company. It was only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It's reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the Warden scales and our ability to utilise their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlene, the Allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge of abductions of kobolds, Sahagin, Ixal, and Anata have given rise to increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph at Red Hand has given us cause to hope once more. Time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Signs of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Lotharoy at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilzabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Lotharoy's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. That just knocked my fucking pillow. Aye, and that we can all agree our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's a reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, but the same could be said of the Slothroy. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Yoshida's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on our observations inside the Tower of Zot, the Spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The access of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the largest spire in the capital. There's logic in that. Regardless, once we've uncovered the truth, we'll bring their screams crashing down along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. Astinian's just like, yeah. I want you and your scales to join the Ilzabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the Shelks Garlean, so for the people of Garlean, yeah boy. I appreciate that answer. Couldn't have put it better myself. Stola, Franklin and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, that prediction was correct. Once you've delivered the water scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilzabard. Laban and Lord Aymeric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and alike. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Slothroy so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who created them. I'll go safe in the knowledge that yours will be as you left it, or better upon your return. I think I need to go buy myself a rebel coat. I'm going to be going to Garlemald. I've got to get my glam game on. So we'll go do that. And then we'll go to an in-room. And then we'll go to... yeah. What the fridge? How is someone a level 82 bloody Reaper already? Right, we gotta get that rebel coat. The point. I can quickly do this and take a quick gander at how the different sets look. Oh, a cheap version. Oh my god. No way. They've bought the Behemoth stuff back? Does that mean if I do White Mage, for instance, Griffin, that's nice, right? What I need, however, is level 1. This is spawned into a Discord message. Right. So what I need is level 1. And then I need to scroll. Rebel coat. Do I want Rebel or do I want Urban coat? Kind of want Rebel. Search for item. Have that. Search for item. I don't own one, so we're going to take that. Fucking hell. We're going to take that. We're going to get a jetpack. Get 2 more jetpack dies just in case. Right. Now we need to go to a in-room quickly. Apologies for this moment. Dinky, retire to an in-room. Okay, I need to remove something from the glamour dresser quickly. Never mind, no we're not. I have enough. Right, we want the rebel coat put in. And then we want this one. Rebel coat. We're going to want that black. I need an axe to go with that, so we're going to want Warrior Marauder. That goes quite well. I obviously always have these. Kind of think that actually goes the best with it, so we'll dye that black, just that kind of black. Just means it's glowy, which is my only issue with that. Alright, we'll go with... We're gonna go with these. Are these already dyed? That black kind of works. Right, leggings. I need to put small shoes on so that we can see the leggings. Small shoes. Still not small shoes. There we go. Right, we want some kind of legging that can fit the scheme. They actually don't look too bad, I suppose. Honestly, we'll go with these, and then we need to change trousers then. Oh, actually, we'll go with that. Do these look any better in jet black? Not really, they really don't kind of match. They do, sort of. Don't like this bump coming up here. How about these in jet black? Let's try that. Oh yeah, that works. That works quite well actually. We'll go with that. Yeah, that works. That works. And then we can put that hat on. Yeah, baby. Yeah, that was great. Right, now we need to go to the aluminium quarter. Have you actually started on this, Solar? I'm surprised you're coming in. Aren't you worried about spoilers? I mean, I appreciate you here, but I don't want people in if they're worried about spoilers, because I don't want to be the person to spoil it for people. Ah, okay. Well, I appreciate you being here, nonetheless. Nice to have the company. How done. It's weird to have flying again. Mouse packed in for a second there. We are ready for Garlemald. As soon as Raban appears. Oh, for God's sake, I really want a voice scene. Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warden scares of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Aymeric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there is a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilzabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Guardians made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Aymric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing yours is in the safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilzabard, I and other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. Boom, it's Gaius! Yes, he's in the fucking story! And he references that I did Whirlit. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Whirlit. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So, you're not coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. To Lotway have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilzabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I understand, Whirlit is in your hands. Did my side missions, boy! And I will defend it to my dying breath. After sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. I and the government of Whirlit intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. In light of Gaius' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. I'm glad Maxima is getting some attention. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You may even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect all of you. Am I speaking to Maxima or Robarton? Apparently no one right now. My boy Maxima. The other members of the Ilzabard contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions, your friends are, and the most of the Ilsabard contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yep. I think I put my seat a bit too far down there.
By the 12.
Oh, voice cutscene. I can take a break.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades,
Bring it loose, yeah.
yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
I think I know like most of the phases as well.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister,
Did White Mage quest of him? Yeah, boy!
We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands.
I love what they're referencing all the side quests I've done. Makes it all worth it.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Anyway, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfier to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, We thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy.
And I know them as well.
Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General
I know
Eldin's
literally
behest.
all of them.
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telofroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission.
I've done the machinist quest.
Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of technical nature together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolaine?
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
I dare say your fancy footwork may be all that stands between us and certain doom.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honohua with my tales of daring do.
Brilliant.
I believe that concludes introductions to the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
I have a feeling I know
Out of my way, you preening fool!
who. They do it, Magni. Brilliant.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, And you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
There is just like...
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You tell them, Alfie.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I.
About fucking time, people realising.
And murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Werlit, a nation he once conquered.
Don't leave out Nero.
So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
Ugh, stop giving Lee the spotlight.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Magna is just like, point me in a direction.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make count in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
I already got my cold jacket. Let's go. Can't wait to hear Emmett's description of Garlemald. Yay, they're noticing that they know me. Forgive me for not reading it out, I I'm just seeing like what people say. Right, I'm gonna focus on the ones who are like job people. Alright, don't care about the others, let's roll. Why we speak these solo. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amarjine and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telothroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering defences in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few will have to survive ere we embark. We must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honours? Yeah, bugger. Yeah. So these are the famed warden scales, enough for me and my men I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Itawa and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Trollswood, much less enter Imperial territory, is a rare privilege afforded the Pajar. Not that I'm tagged along to see the sights, the Guardians would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrade, should the fighting break out. I hear you've got something for us. Ah, them skills everyone can talk about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a kill or two when it's all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more. I know what you're all thinking, why didn't they send Heavensward instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and Captain Hilford told me was they need someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say I haven't got a sense of humour. Because some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land. In the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Warren scouts for the Ishgardian delegate, I take it. Many thanks, these tales and legends may prove to be the deciding factor in battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing, and now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Aymeric. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Latter set and warding scars I spy, not that I would know how they'd look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with vapor. All the best to fend off tempering waves, isn't that the right term? Anyway, they'll give us one less thing to worry about, which leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Hey, you get off my boyfriend. We heard that it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Well, Seydu didn't. Oh, with talismans. We are keeping these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, before I forget, I have a message from Yan. Distant lands and time to strike. Together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his word justice. Doma, like much of Opard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Tien and Ugiri labour without rest to unite the people, and with their aid, we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Do you have a warden scale for me too? Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the colder robes of art, and I cannot express enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of alchemist guilds, but understand they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave a provision and said protection to your discretion. I'll let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready to airships. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Yoyansha and I, we still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armour, and since he spent a bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his word. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock, the rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point in it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. But I only had time to find something to my liking. Hark, is that the cry of science in need of a tailor I hear? Tataru. But how? I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabard without telling me? Ah, nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you, whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Now, I did have one other thing to share. Artemis and Bloomwinder have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. I'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlayan. Oh, why not? You can keep Kryl company at the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard Artemis and Bloomwinder did a fine job of carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we have nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone, who shall remain nameless, isn't in the position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlotte. I really do hope these new guys are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Watch her give me a woolly fucking coat after I just paid a mil for this one. Here's your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Prefer mine. I mean, thanks, but prefer mine. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? It's an honour to finally meet you. We are the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, there will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. We're at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the ship, several cutscenes of playing sequences recommend that you set sufficient time, blah blah blah. In addition, you'll be required to participate in a battle. Yeah. Let's go. I hope they're voice cutscenes.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? on the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius.
Why would a zombie coming back?
The winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
Wait, who's Louis? Why is he coming back? I'm happy with Shroud still.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party.
Oh, voice.
They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Virgilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most.
So does that actually say
I would
you'll probably have
prefer,
multiple
however,
quests?
that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Sorry, I'm just switching my slipper socks over. I am still paying attention.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Miss Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Ah, I figured I'd be playing Banquet. Assuming there's no one else who would confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you're ready.
Keep your wits about you.
We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Nope. Oh, what does that do? What does that do? What does that do? Yeah, baby.
Must be losing my touch.
Damn it. Boom.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
I like this. This is cool.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control tower. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Ooh. Oh. Yikes. Liking this little stealthy mission, this is really cool. Begone, Slasher Bot. Seven hell. So that's new, I'm going to move on that Imperial Soldier. Good boy. Probably shouldn't have gone this way. Ah, there we go. Boom! I like that. That was quite fun. A little stealth game.
All are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
I mean, it wasn't really fireworks.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already.
Yeah, but what do we do?
Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oh, that music though.
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others!
I am, yeah. Bring it on, baby.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Oh boy. I am become death.
Display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
Is that grass? Yeah, it is.
We're the only ones struggling. How we put our backs into this? I've been itching for a good scrap.
I'm loving it, I am become death.
You lot all right back there? We're fine. I'm ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Got him.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time.
Stinian makes
The trouble
everything
is,
better.
their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young chargers would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
I like that spear.
That's for Gilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
So here I am to save the day.
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
There's the Gilia, I want to fight her. I want that gunman. Steal it from her hand.
We have them now! Forward!
Raging ball!
You go, Pippin. You go, Pippin. you come over here.
That's her! Gillian!
Do not fall behind!
Eyes on me, baby. Oh, that might be a bit too soon. Oh well, got survived. Thank you for the win. Pippin is a Dark Knight. Come and stay there, do a big attack.
Tremble before the sun!
Got him.
anniversary! Rest! Recover! Reclaim yourself! Then we will fight again! To the death!
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kovosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks?
The little joke in which he's saying it.
Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, We ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Very cool. Oh, you God damn it. In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we have to discuss the course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Yoshida and Garaha to join us in the building to the northeast of the camp? Alizai and I will meet you there. Alizai. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since you arrived, but air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. It is the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at the distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the tower's art, only far more terrifying, Aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. But blessed, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. You will be pleased to know most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilians. The arguments may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Aye, although there is no convulsive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I will make my way there. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin. Oof, I just need my fucking desk again.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may.
Alright, Night Solar.
Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers in their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porksy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, But I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with cerulean heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telopheroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
The ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't. If any are survivors, we will surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Gods be good. If it's cold with Tartaru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realise too that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them quickly. And quickly. Right. Well, I'm going to log off there, as it is... It's basically 1:45 in the morning for me, and I've been streaming for 11.5 hours, so we're just going to get rid of this gear that we don't need. This card, I can pick that up probably at another point. Decent fit. But I'll do this all off stream. But yeah, that is going to be all of it for today. This is the end of day one. We're signing off at Garlemald Camp Broken Glass. So thank you to anyone who's watching this on YouTube later down the line. And thank you to anyone who's bothered to come into the stream today. I know a lot of people haven't, because they're doing it themselves. So, signing off guys. See you later.